Good evening, everyone. I would like to welcome you all to Cambridge City Council's Housing Scrutiny meeting. My name is Councillor Shiel and I am the Vice Chair of the Housing Committee and will chair tonight's meeting, taking place at 5:30, a little bit later than 5:30 as it turns out, for which apologies, on the Thursday the 20th of January 2022. I will roll call councillors alphabetically by surname to ensure that they are present. We have received apologies from Councillor Bird. Please advise if you know of any apologies from other councillors. Are you present, Councillor Bennett? Are you present, Councillor Dial?
Present.
Councillor Gawthrop-Wood?
Present.
Councillor Gilderdale? Councillor Lee? Councillor Pounds? Councillor Robertson?
Present.
And finally, the Executive Councillor for Housing, Councillor Todd Jones.
Yeah, here, Chair. I'll be your voice for the evening from above.
Councillor Mike Sargent.
Present, Chair.
I will roll call the tenant and leaseholder representatives alphabetically by surname. Are you present, Lulu Agate?
Present, Chair.
Christabel Amitaye?
Present.
Diane Best? Dee Powell-Hardy? Diana Minns?
Present, Chair.
And Colin Stevens?
Present, Chair.
The officers permanently present throughout this meeting are Strategic Director Jane Wilson, Strategic Director Fiona Bryant, Committee Manager Sarah Steed, Meeting Producer Gary Clift. Other officers and public speakers will join us throughout the course of the meeting, and I will introduce them at the start of the relevant agenda items. Housekeeping. Copies of the agenda can be found on the City Council's website under Committee Meetings, Minutes and Agendas. Please try and refer to specific page numbers within the agenda if you are referring to a specific paragraph. Can I remind all of those present of the importance of using the microphones at all times when speaking? Please speak close to and clearly into the microphone. Please ensure that you have switched off or silenced any other devices you have so that they do not interrupt the proceedings. When you are invited to address the meeting, please make sure your microphone is switched on. When you finish addressing the meeting, please turn off your microphone immediately. Speak slowly and clearly, and please do not talk over or interrupt anyone. If anyone has any problems hearing me throughout the meeting, they should please alert me by waving their hands or advising a council officer. Please can those present in the council chamber note that everything on your desk, including your laptop screen, is likely to be broadcast at some point. The camera follows the microphone being switched on, so councillors and officers are requested to wait a couple of seconds before speaking to allow the camera to catch up. Please raise your hand if you wish to speak. Please can those participating via the live stream indicate that they wish to speak via the chat column or raised hand option. Please do not use the chat column for any other purpose. The meeting chat is neither confidential nor private and can be subject to a Freedom of Information Data Protection Act request. Ensure that your device is fully charged and that you switch your microphone off unless you are invited to speak. Please use a headset if available when speaking and hold the microphone close to your mouth. Could all virtual meeting participants turn their cameras off until we come to the agenda item that they are speaking on? If a report officer drops out from the committee due to poor broadband signal, the senior officer present will take over their presentation or report and respond to questions. The committee will receive an oral presentation from officers. Members of the committee will then discuss the report and vote on the recommendations. Tenant and leaseholder representatives will participate in the debates on all agenda items, but may only vote on items in Part 1 of the agenda. Part 1 of the meeting will be chaired by the tenant representative. I will then chair Part 2 of the agenda. Following the vote of the committee, the Executive Councillor will be asked if they agree the decision. Being on to agenda item 2, please could committee members advise if they have any declarations of interest and identify the item to which their declaration relates.
Councillor Shield, yes, my declaration of interest relates to agenda item 8. I don't have a vote, but I want you to note that I am a resident at Hanover and Princess Court.
Thank you, Diana Minns. Councillor Alice Gilderdale.
Thank you. I'd just like to let you know that I have an interest in item number 12 as an employee of one of the grant recipients. It takes a city.
Thank you, Councillor Gilderdale, and we'll be dividing up the vote to reflect that. Councillor Richard Robertson.
Thank you. I need to declare an interest as a trustee of Cambridge Cyrenians in relation to that last item as well.
Thank you, Councillor Robertson. Are there any other declarations of interest? No? Great. Agenda item 3. Minutes of the 23rd of December 2021 meeting have been submitted to this meeting for approval. If there are any concerns, please could members raise them now, otherwise they shall be approved as a correct record. No? Good. I will sign those off then. We now move on to agenda item 4, public questions. The committee manager will read out some questions on behalf of a member of the public. Over to you, Sarah Steed.
Thank you, Chair. So question number 1. It has been stated that tenants will have the option of moving out and then moving back in again. But would this be to the same flat that we are being forced to leave? This is in relation to agenda item 8, the report on Hanover and Princess Courts and Kingsway flats. Question 2. If we are able to return to the same flat after redevelopment, what changes would have been made? For example, the state of decor, etc. Question 3. If the redevelopment goes ahead and we're unable to relocate locally, would we be given the option of locating countrywide, given priority on other council lists or Cambridge only? Would the council pay removal costs to Cornwall, for example? Question 4. Compensation money and removal costs have been promised, but there has been no figures mentioned or timescale for these payments to be made. Would tenants have to make the initial outlay and then claim the money back? some tenants would not have enough money savings to be able to do that. I think it should also be noted to the committee that the residents' meetings and also the coffee morning meetings have also been cancelled over the last few months due to COVID, thus not allowing residents of Hanover or Princess Courts being able to come together to discuss their feelings, concerns, opinions on the redevelopment. That's it, Chair.
Thank you, Sarah. And please can I now invite Councillor Porrer to speak as Ward Councillor to agenda item 8.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just checking that you can hear and see me okay. I'm hoping that's a yes. Thank you very much, Chair. So, yes, I'm just speaking on the item on Hanover and Princess Court, as I'm one of the ward councillors. So, obviously, I'm broadly supportive of what this paper is wanting to do, and certainly welcome the main priorities for residents about clarity of what's going to happen and clear timescales. I'm supportive of the changes to the letting policy as proposed, because I think this gives more options to tenants and leaseholders earlier, but doesn't remove any rights or prejudge next steps, which is really important. And I also welcome Andrew Johnson's role as the Regeneration and Decant Support Officer, and I know him and other housing officers have been working really closely with residents, which is much appreciated. In terms of concerns, I suppose in paragraph 6.5, we're talking about how we could use the option of moving to the New Mill Road or Cromwell Road sites if residents decide they would like to do this to keep communities together. And I think I would really welcome more details about the practicalities of how we might do that. So, for example, could residents request to live in a block together, or just is it on the same site? Because again, I think this would really help in terms of retaining the strong community links that are already in these residences. And so it would be useful to have more detail, and I'd urge the committee tonight to push to confirm that as soon as possible so residents know what to expect. I'd also be very keen to push for site visits as soon as possible to the new developments, Mill Road and Cromwell Road. So again, and also to any other sites that perhaps tenants might be interested in looking at or asking to move to, because again, the more information we have up front, the better for everybody. I'd like to note as well that obviously whatever happens, whether we look at rebuilding or refurbishing, open space is really important. The lovely community garden there, the trees, and I certainly think if we expand the number of dwellings, however that is, we need to make sure that the open space provision is consistent with that. And again, looking at things like the garage block, for example, there is an opportunity there to reduce the number of things rented out to people driving their cars into the city perhaps, but whatever happens, we need to ensure there's open space for all of the residents. So just to summarise, Chair, so I'll be brief, I know you've got a long agenda. I think the resident involvement and consultation is going to be key in the next stage of this process, as I think the previous speaker that Sarah's read out, the questions, it's important that we make sure we do include everyone, particularly those affected by COVID who may be less comfortable in face-to-face meetings, and that we make sure that everyone can access the consultation, whether that's on paper or online. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Porrer. Now there is a change of agenda order. Oh, sorry, Diana Minns.
Sorry, could I respond to something that was said in the questions? This is an appropriate time, yes? It's just noting that little bit at the end about the residents' meetings haven't happened. I am chair of the Residents Association, and in consultation with our executive committee, we haven't held big meetings because we only have a small community room. And I'm very mindful of the fact that a lot of the residents in Hanover and Princess Court are very vulnerable. So we haven't had that. We did continue coffee morning. We did start coffee mornings again, and they were going from, I think, outside during the summer and inside until just before Christmas. And we haven't, not doing it at the moment because we're all fleeing from Omicron, obviously. But just to point out that there is always the capacity to come and speak to any of the members of the Residents Association committee, yeah?
Thank you, Diana. Now there is a change of agenda order. Under paragraph 4.2.1 of the Council Procedure Rules, I am exercising my discretion to alter the agenda order, and therefore the next agenda item to be considered will be agenda item 8, the report on Hanover and Princess Court and Kingsway flats. And it has been suggested to me by Sarah Steed that Claire Flowers, who's kindly going to speak on this item, may want to comment on the questions if that feels right. So please could I invite the head of the Housing Development Agency to introduce this item. Claire, are you there?
Hello, Chair. I'm here now. Thank you for that. What I will do is I'll introduce the paper, and then I might pick up some of the questions that have been asked. So this paper builds on the report that this committee saw at September meeting, which identified a number of estates that we were going to start having a look at and considering options on. And the first two of those estates that we've done a significant amount of work on since September is the Hanover Princess Court and Kingsway. And you'll see from the paper why we've done these two together. They're really similar estates in terms of their built form and unique for Cambridge in terms of our housing stock. Really important thing for us has been, and as we've heard some of already tonight, has been in engaging with the residents that live there. We've got some information obviously from our assets and estates team, as well as our housing officers on these estates and what the issues are from their perspective, but it's been really important to capture residents. So the paper details the consultation that we've done, and also the appointment of Andrew Johnson, who's been important in terms of the residents having a single point of contact, someone to call on. So we held a Saturday event at both estates, managed through the COVID restrictions also, so it was outside, and also had online drop-ins, and they've also been able to speak to Andrew in the interim, and many people have done so. So from this work that we did, we've identified that clearly that there is a need to consider what we do with these estates, but we're not yet in a position to make any recommendation fully to you what we should do. There needs to be more work done in terms of that. The report sets out some of what we do know, so the committee can consider that. As part of the conversations with residents and local councillors in relation to Hanover and Princess Court, we particularly identified that this location of affordable housing near the city centre was significant, and we are aware that we haven't got very much other affordable housing in that part of the city. So that's really the basis of why we put forward the recommendations as we have. It's a unique opportunity that we've got the properties at Mill Road and Cromwell Road coming up over the rest of this calendar year, when we set out the timeframes for that, and the recommendation is around offering existing residents at Hanover and Princess Court the opportunity to move to one of those properties, with the knowledge that a decision yet hasn't been made in terms of the future of their estate. And so there'll be different individuals with different viewpoints on that, and it's going to be really important the next step in terms of communication with residents, and keeping them up to date with that. And we're already thinking about frequently asked questions and how we give information to residents. In terms of Kingsway Estate, we're kind of saying that, we can't do everything at once. We're not recommending that any people moving from there at this point, but we do need to do the options appraisal work and also consider what we do in the shorter to medium term to make that as good a place as it can be for the residents that live there. So I hope that is a helpful introduction and summary of this report. In terms of the questions that were read out, most of those questions there are the kind of things that we're going to be putting in the frequently asked questions to residents. So the next steps following the decision of the committee if they approve the recommendations that we've got here. So I think it's most appropriate that they're picked up there. In terms of the points from Councillor Pora, And for the lettings policy, we haven't actually put something specific in there about groups moving together, but that is definitely the intention to see where that's possible. And part of the next step is, you know, finding out from residents what they would like, if they are interested in moving, and if there's a particular neighbour or neighbours they want to move with. It's going to depend, obviously, on the arrangement of flats, etc., at the new schemes. And obviously, whilst we've identified those new build schemes, there may be other locations that people are interested in, and it's just about finding that out from people, really. And noted the other points about open space, etc. So hopefully that has answered the questions that were made and gives you a useful introduction. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Claire. And we now move on to members' questions. Do councillors have any questions for Claire? Lee Powell-Hardy.
A question for you. I know this sounds silly because there's nothing in any of this report at all. The amount of homes that are there at Hannah and Princess Court, how many are you intending to develop in there, in place?
Well, that would be part of the options of appraisal work that would follow. We haven't done that work yet. We've done some early feasibility work, but it's at very early stage, so we're not making any recommendations in terms of that.
Thank you, Claire. And Councillor DL?
Thank you, Chair. I do understand, thank you for a very clear report, but I understand why any resident would be concerned about needing to move. Just out of interest, with the sort of scale of refurbishment that would be required if that was the option to go down, would that mean a decant would be needed anyway? Just if when people are thinking between the rebuild and the refurb, I wonder if it might be quite important to understand if there's going to be a big difference between results on those two options.
Thank you. I think at this stage, a significant amount of refurbishment is going to mean that it's highly likely that residents have to move out. We can't say 100% guarantee because that's what the options appraisal work, etc., will be doing. But the advice from the professionals that work in that part of the team are suggesting that it would be highly likely because of the amount of disruption that would be needed to do the work. It would be difficult to do it with residents there. And often these type things are very problematic when they're done with residents there. So the view is it's highly likely. I can't give you a 100% cast iron guarantee that would be the case.
Gilderdale.
Thank you. I just want to speak as ward councillor in Market Ward, where Princess and Hanover Court are. And I just want to thank the officers who've put a lot of time into reaching out to residents who are going to be affected by these changes. I found that they've always been very approachable, both for councillors and residents. And obviously it's been hard with the pandemic, but I know that they've put a lot of thought and effort into the consultation days in November and ongoing. And obviously it's been very difficult to find housing that's central, but I think that the way that you've listened to the concerns from residents about losing local ties and community links has meant a lot, and I'm really pleased to see that this is reflected in the proposals that we're seeing today. So I just want to thank you for your work on that.
Thank you, Councillor Gilderdale. And Councillor Robertson.
Thank you. I think we've heard from the officers today about the programme of consultation that we'll be getting. The residents of these two blocks, or these three blocks, need to be assured that they will get a full and thorough consultation process. And I think that's clear that's what's going to happen. I think we've all had emails from some of the residents at both the Hanover and Princes and from Kingsway. And I hope that if they're listening in tonight, I hope they're reassured that there will be a full consultation process, and we'll do whatever we can to assist them in helping us make decisions on these blocks. I think we're grateful that it's the earliest scares that there was automatically going to have to be a demolition of the blocks is not automatic at all. The gas has been removed, and that immediate emergency has been dealt with. But clearly, there are other reasons why those blocks needed to be reviewed and to see whether they can be refurbished or whether they need to be replaced. But I'm hoping that the residents and tenants of the blocks will understand that they're going to get full attention over the next few months. Thank you.
Please can I check that committee members have asked all the questions that they wish to ask? Diane Best.
Thank you, Chair. At this stage, I think it's very important to say that there is a working group for consultation that has been set up, which includes on its membership the key officers from Claire Flower's team, together with Diana Minns as the elected tenant representative and myself as the elected leaseholder representative. And we are currently meeting almost fortnightly to ensure that there is the best possible consultation.
Diane, and if I could just add a note of my own, a thank you to Claire Flowers for leading the Kingsway Open Day in the autumn. I thoroughly enjoyed it, and I think residents who came down and spoke with us enjoyed it as well. As Councillor Robertson has said, this is in no way a foregone conclusion. It really is an open consultation where all options are being truly looked at. And it was lovely that residents were able to come along and have some free biscuits and vegan coffee. And so I hope that we have more events like that. I should also thank officers for giving up their Saturday to hold that consultation day and the marquee out on the green there at Kingsway. So thank you. So if we could now go to... Lulu Agate, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. It's just a point I wanted to make that as a result of the this discussion about these Hanover and Princess Court, there's the grapevine, obviously, of people who are tenants, who know tenants in other parts of the city. 3 or 4 different tenants have approached me who don't live at Kingsway or Hanover or Princess Court and have said, if my house is demolished, how much notice will I get? That's been the gist of it. If I decorate, I'm planning to decorate my living room, but is there any point? Because if my property is going to be knocked down. So I think one of the things we could use this for is an opportunity to explain to other tenants what the process is, because there is quite a lot of not understanding the process, not understanding the timelines, and we end up, I've had lots of conversations with people about this, and I think they can't be the only ones asking, they're just the most belligerent ones. Thank you.
Thank you, Lulu. And Diana, I think you have got a response.
Well, it's just a thought, Lulu. Perhaps we should actually put it in open door that goes round to tenants and leaseholders, because it is a process that will and may be happening in other places. Just spelling out what help is available, what consultation takes place, will mean there's one place for people to go. And I think that's important. So we've got an editorial meeting coming up soon. We can make sure it's in a future edition.
Thank you. Just before we go to the vote, I would like to invite Claire Flowers to say anything else that she might want to say, or if you want to talk about Lulu's point at all, or whether you just want to wrap up. Thank you, Claire.
Thank you, Chair. Those points are noted, and very much that the next step will be, as I've said, the continued consultation and work with the residents along with the existing group that we've got with Diana Minns and Diana Best. So thank you. And yeah, the idea about an open door article would be really helpful, because obviously understand people get nervous and about the uncertainty of such things. So thank you.
Thank you, Claire, and thanks to all your team. We will now go to the vote, the recommendations on pages 22 to 23 of the second circulation. And may I take these as a block? Does anybody have any objections? We'll take these as a block then. So all those in favour of the recommendations on page 22 and 23, please raise your hand.
Yeah, that's unanimous. Unanimous.
Please, can I now invite Diana Minns, the tenant representative, to chair part 1 of the meeting. Thank you. And does the Executive Council approve the recommendation?
Thanks. Thank you, Chair. Yes, and can I just add, please, to the thanks to officers, to members, and also residents and everyone who's engaged in the consultation to date. And I'm glad that Diane Best mentioned the working group, because that's a really important part of the consultation going forward. All residents will be fully consulted with, and there will be the options appraisal that we've also heard about before any decisions are finally made about the future of all these sites. And I think the engagement's been excellent up to now, and that will continue right through the process. So thanks for all the comments and remarks made, and happy to accept the recommendations.
Thank you, Councillor Todd-Jones, and I will now hand over to Diana. Thanks.
Oh, hi again. I'm going to give it a minute or two so the camera comes. Is that what happens? Anyway, okay, well, thank you for going through that part. So we're now going to go on to agenda item 5, which is, I presume that the numbering's a little bit different in this paperwork because of the way the circulation, but I have it down. It's agenda report 5, and it's page 5 anyway. It's basically estates and facilities compliance update and data, and I've got I'm going to ask the interim risk and compliance manager to introduce this item. I think is it Gareth? He's online, isn't he? So please come in, Gareth Basterfield.
Hello, everybody. Just a quick part there. I'm actually the interim regeneration project manager because I now work in the HDA. But at the time of writing the report, I was the interim risk assurance and compliance manager. So the report that we've got is for information. There aren't any recommendations. Just giving an update on the compliance areas within the council housing stock. So you'll note that some fire safety works within there, and an update on where we are with multiple audits and reviews that we're conducting in the key compliance areas. It's been brought to my attention that the compliance data report wasn't attached as an appendix, as it's noted in part 5 of the report. So I'll put that on screen now so you can have a look at that. I think Sarah will probably send it out after the meeting, so you can review that. Just trying to find it. There we go. So this is a general overall with regards to the current compliance data. As you'll see, we maintain 100% on the domestic gas safety and communal gas safety. It's worth noting that within the Housemarque report, we've finished in the top quartile of our peers for gas safety over the last 12 months, which I think is a credit to the team, as well as the contractor MEAs for maintaining that for us. You see that we currently still have all of our fire risk assessments in place, which are valid. and the electrical certification, domestic, has fallen lower, mainly because of some of the dates around changing from a 10-year programme to a 5-year programme. And that catch-up programme is underway with our contract at TSG. There's going to be further work done on that area with the new risk and compliance manager, as well as the procurement exercise that's going to be taking place, which will combine the gas and electrical contracts to make access easier into properties for us. So there's not really much more to say on that. The idea is that this compliance report will extend over time as further reviews are done and data becomes in-house and held in-house on the new Orchard Asset system once that eventually goes live. There isn't that much else to say unless anybody's got any questions. There are some areas of Hanover and Princess Courts within that with regards to the cooker programme. There is only now one cooker awaiting for installation, which is a tenant that's opted to wait until stock is available of a certain cooker, and then there's 2 refusals for replacement at the moment, and we're working with those leaseholders to allow us to go forward. The recommendations of tonight's item that was by Claire, I think item number 8, was will help us on our journey to try and work with those leaseholders in terms of the future of their flats, both are at Hanover Court. So if anyone's got any questions.
Thank you, Gareth. I could have a quick question. You say there's a couple of refusals for access, I presume, in relation to the gas, yes? Is that right?
It's not so much access with regards to a couple of the cookers. It's regards to leaseholders refusing to allow us access into there. So the options there are within that report in terms of potential buybacks of those properties. The next stage in that would be a more legal process to allow us to force access to change those over to electric.
Thank you. So technically, there are 2 flats which still aren't by the council standards safe because you haven't had access, yes? So it seems to me that we should, in order to make sure everybody's safe, make sure we do get access, however that happens to be.
Exactly, and that's the plan going forward.
And can I, in relation to the dashboard thing you put, I personally found it, I was lucky, I've got a little screen near me, I certainly couldn't read the big one, I can barely read a little one, so let's just, can we have it circulated afterwards? And if there's, I shouldn't think there's any questions, but if there are, I presume that they can be asked of an appropriate officer, because it's difficult to absorb that when it's on a screen in front of you. Thank you. Now, are there questions on this report? Well, no, I can't see a hand waving or anything. So, thank you very much. Thank you, Gareth, for the work you did in what is now your past job, and good luck in the work you're doing in your new job. Thank you. And we look forward to getting that dashboard paperwork coming to us. Thank you very much. So what I have to do now is just put the recommendation, which is quite simple, which is we're recommended to note the current position of the council regarding compliance and the progress of ongoing associated works. It's very simple. So all those in favour of the recommendation? Thank you. That's unanimous. And I'm going to remember, and can I ask the Executive Council for Housing if he's in agreement with that recommendation or accepts it?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'm in agreement with the recommendations.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Okay, the next item is item 6, which is procurement of contractors to deliver energy efficient improvements, etc., and works to reduce carbon emissions from council housing. So this is our go at looking at what really are the costs of trying to make the properties as carbon neutral as we can. And I think it's quite an important thing to do because the figures that are involved, certainly quoted as averages in this, are quite significant, and it will point up the fact that we won't be able to go alone on this. As a council, we'll need to be looking to get support from elsewhere, central government, or I don't know, perhaps they could just wipe out the housing debt and let us spend. Well, that's another story, isn't it? But perhaps we should, perhaps we need to get perhaps this kind of study can actually prompt that kind of lobbying, and it seems to me it'd be a good start to get together with other councils who are going to have equally significant bills coming in. So that's not a recommendation, just a thought, okay? So could I have the officer who's due to present that, which is, I believe, Will Barfield, who's the asset manager, yeah? Thank you,
Hello.
Will.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Yeah, this report is seeking approval to award contracts to contractors to deliver energy efficiency improvements and works to reduce carbon emission from council housing. And we've been doing work on the energy efficiency of the council stock for a number of years now, and we've got some projects on site in the Arbury area of the city where we're doing a number of measures at the same time, which is some external wall insulation and some work to doors, and also with solar panels on the roofs. And we've been successful there in delivering improvements from EPC D up to B for a number of those properties. We appointed some consultants last year, Filden and Mawson, to look at how we might go further with that and how far we could get towards delivering sort of net zero carbon on our existing council housing properties. So this report is sort of summarising what Filden and Mawson have done, and they looked at the council housing stock and looked at a number of archetypes of different sizes and types of property. And then they've come up with some estimated methods and costs by which we could achieve net zero carbon for our housing stock. There are quite large sums involved. They're estimated costs based on archetypes at the moment, and generally based on a small scale approach. The pilot project that we want to implement is looking at sort of a street approach to 50 council properties. And for the purpose of the pilot, we want to focus on what's described in the report as archetype 6, which are 2-bedroomed pre-1945 semi-detached houses. We've got quite a few of those in our council housing stock, generally D-rated with solid walls, and we want to combine a number of the measures set out in this report, external wall insulation to a significant amount of external wall insulation, more than we've done before, along with insulation and air tightness of the property, triple glazed windows, and solar panels on the roofs, and really looking at designing solutions in all these areas so we can get as close to net zero as we can. Very much a trial property, and what we particularly want to do is to test the costs which Filden and Mawson have put in the report, so we can see how we could replicate it across our housing stock and how much this type of work might cost if we were to replicate it across the housing stock. A couple of extra things to say around it. We have already got an allocation of £5 million within the existing housing capital plan for this, and that's in 22-23. The way we procure the work, we're looking at doing detailed design work and sort of pre-construction work for most of this financial year, with work starting towards the end of the financial year. So it's likely that most of the money might be spent in 23-24. And the second thing I'd like to mention is that we do see this significant amount of refurbishment work in existing properties with tenants in situ, requiring a lot of consultation. And we haven't finally decided the street that we're going to look at the moment for these 50 properties, but we've got some areas in mind, and we will be doing some pre-consultation to let people know the sort of things we're looking to try to achieve and the works that it's going to involve and the sort of disruption that might be caused while we do the work and how long it takes before we start work on site. And we're sort of envisaging that the sort of consultation work we've done at Hanover Princess Court with the sort of external presentations and using the marquee and stuff like that is something that we might try and replicate by means of consultation for this particular project. Are there any questions, please?
Ask a question myself, take advantage. Can I just ask about, obviously, this is going to affect a considerable number of people in their properties and obviously tenants and, not leaseholders, but would you ensure that we do have resident involvement in The contract, certainly, knowing what it's about, we have some commitments to doing that, and obviously any consultation, and we've got the consultation group, but obviously it's slightly different, so we want to make sure we're involved as well.
Yes, definitely. And any significant procurement exercise that we're doing, we do try and involve tenant and leaseholder representatives in those tender evaluations and in the selection of contractors. So we would try and do that again here as well.
Thank you, and Diane Best.
Thank you, Chair. I know that the pilot that you're proposing is with houses, but when we get to the stage of moving on to flat blocks, what will be the implication for leaseholders, particularly from the financial point of view?
Thank you, Diane. Yeah, we do want to do pilot studies looking at a number of the different archetypes. And this report is focusing in on the one archetype, which is the pre-1945 semi-detached houses. We do, as part of this pilot study, also want to look at some of the other archetypes as well, to a smaller extent. And certainly we're looking at low-rise one-bedroom flats. We've got a lot of 4-flat blocks throughout the city, and we're going to look and try and incorporate one or two of those. I think in the first instance, we'll be looking at an all-council block, so we can see how that works. And I think we'll need to work through what the implications are for this type of refurbishment work, where we've got mixed tenure blocks. Because certainly at the moment, there might be an interest, or there might be some debate about, when we're doing energy improvements of this type, whether they're things which we're able to recharge for under the Section 20 regulations or not. And I think that's one of the things that councils across the country will be looking at, whether these are things that are improvements or whether they're things which are seen as repairs, which we can charge for. So I don't know the answer to those things, Diane, but we'll certainly involve leaseholder representatives and consult with leaseholders before we start any sort of trial of blocks involving leaseholders.
Very much. I've got two councillors. Councillor, Gawthorpe Wood, yes?
Well, first of all, I want to say I'm really pleased that this work is being done. So I want to thank the officers and the council for this. This is going to be a big job. We're well aware of this, but we are clearly already getting ahead of many councils. We've got new builds going up that will be passive housing standards, those in King's Hedges and other parts of the city, Cherry Hinton and elsewhere. I've followed with interest some retrofitting the pilot that's been done in Arbury. I'm really pleased to see this whole house approach and whole street approach. Now, clearly, you're going to have to do a lot in the way of consultation, but this does mean that tenants will get much better benefits, I think, when a whole package of efficiency measures and energy-saving measures are put in place rather than just piecemeal. And this is particularly important now, given that we know that so many of our tenants are quite possibly, could be suffering from fuel stress. I'm also pleased that you are starting with the pre-1945 two beds, which will give certainly, if you like, a good cost base for future planning, and hopefully, hopefully some of the other types might be a bit cheaper. This work fits in very well with our local plan, which gives a very strong steer. And I hope that this will encourage other developers, not just the council. There are other advantages I can see that it may be that we build up local skills, a skill base in Cambridge on retrofitting. Now, you've mentioned the cost volatility and material shortages with COVID and other reasons. Certainly I fully understand that, this is expensive. We've got 5+1 million allocation. But I don't think we can argue in any way with this programme, particularly in a climate emergency. So thanks very much.
Would you have a response? I think it was praise rather than questions, wasn't it? Right, and I think Councillor Robertson had a question too.
Thank you. Well, it's very pleasing to see that we were tackling 150 of these solid walled built homes, pre-walled stock. But there are another 1,000 of them of our own stock in the city that need it. And there are other houses around the city owned by housing associations and by private owners. The government really needs to get a grip on all this. There's no way that our budget can cope with doing the level of work that is needed, and it's essential that we get hold of government money to do it. I have a question for Will, though. Do you think if we did get government money to upgrade stock, where there were leasehold stock within the property we want to work on, would we be allowed to use the government money to support that work as well as the council tenants' stock? It's an interesting question. I don't know whether you've got the answer to that, but it certainly would be helpful if the government did allow it.
Yeah, no, sorry, no, I haven't got the answer to that at the moment. We are seeking to take advantage of any grant funding opportunities that are available, and on the work that we're currently doing in the Arbury area, where we're doing external wall insulation and solar panels, we are being successful in applying and receiving for some grant funding, helping us with the costs there. But that's for council properties only. It's not for leasehold properties. So I haven't got an answer to that question at the moment. Thank you.
You will. Are there any other people with questions? Oh, I can see Lulu. Yes, Lulu Agate. And oh, sorry, Naomi. So I couldn't see around the corner. So Lulu first, and Councillor Bennett.
Oh, sorry. So, yes, what I wanted to say, oh, it's very loud, isn't it? This is again another opportunity for the council to communicate very clearly, I think, about not just to tenants and leaseholders, but to other people who live in the city who might not consider retrofitting something that's capable for them is possible for them to do. And what I mean by that is that I think we have an opportunity to use Open Door and Cambridge Matters and possibly do some kind of collaboration with something like the Cambridge Carbon Footprint Scheme and other organisations locally are trying to convince people that this is one of the ways forward to retrofit as much as you can in a kind of almost like a public, you know, they used to have those public safety announcements on the telly, like don't go swimming in the deep water, don't leave your house not retrofitted if you can manage it, that kind of thing, because we can lead by example. And I think that's something we need to try to make sure we do as an addition to what we're actually doing, telling people what we're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Lulu. Thank you very much. Councillor Bennett.
I'd like to start by saying that the Green and Independent Group really welcomes this pilot project and are really pleased to see it going ahead. I've just got one small question, and that's really about the small blocks of flats and the flight of people who've exercised their right to buy and are therefore responsible for their own costs. I think all of us councillors know that it can be quite hard to actually get acceptance of these Section 20 costs, recharges, and that's even for quite modest improvements. Just looking at the cost of retrofits, I can see that is a really big ask. And I just wondered, I'm aware of a small pot of money that we have from BEIS, which is tenure neutral, which I believe comes online in April. And I just wondered if there's any possibility of using some of that for any right to buy private owners who satisfy the requirement of household income under 30,000, who find themselves caught in one of our small block retrofits.
Have answers? Sorry, Will.
We will. Shall I answer that? Well, I'll tell you what we might be trying to do, because I think, as I've alluded to in the report, we are definitely going to be trying to work with the environmental services team in the council within the environmental health team that are looking at energy efficiency measures across the wider housing stock in Cambridge and the private sector housing stock. And I know that I'm speaking to colleagues there, they're looking at initiatives and grant opportunities for private sector housing. And I've already suggested to them that when we do consultation exercises for our pilot study, we could involve them and see how we could maybe find out freehold properties and leasehold properties that might be interested in joining in some way to the scheme that we're doing, to see how that might work in private sector properties. And I imagine the same sort of thing could potentially happen if we found a low-rise block of flats where we wanted to try and do a pilot, if we found someone that was interested in taking part and exploring those sort of options.
Councillor Lee, did you ask to speak? So I didn't see you before.
So this is clearly quite a big task, and if it goes successfully, I imagine the task will get even bigger. Will there be any provision in the contract to ensure that the contractor has to take on young local people as apprentices, for example? And will there be any scope for these skills to be retained by Cambridge City Council as permanent staff?
That's a really good point. When we do procurement, we definitely have a social value criteria within our tender evaluations usually, and we're often asking contractors how they can help deliver with things like training and apprenticeships. It sort of depends how long the contract might last, and in this case, this pilot project, we're probably looking at sort of a year or more, so it's quite difficult sometimes for contractors to come in and offer long-term apprentices on a shorter contract. So it might be, if we were developing follow-on projects with a sort of a planned programme of work, where we could try to do that, as we do with our existing planned works contracts. We have apprentices and things that we try and lever in there. But whether we do a direct procurement or whether we call off an existing sort of framework contract for this pilot project, well, isn't quite yet decided. And I think the main thing is making sure we can find someone who's got a capacity to do this work in the current sort of contracting environment within Cambridge. But it's definitely something that we do try and lever in through our procurements where we possibly can. I hope that answers the question satisfactorily.
Yes, thank you.
Councillor DL, yes.
Thank you, Chair. And yeah, I should echo, I think, our support for the principles of this scheme. One question from my side is, obviously access to council homes is often an issue when it comes to repair and refurbishment. And I guess that might actually be one of the sort of biggest challenges to this scheme, if people are not willing to provide that. I can see why we're doing it on one street, but I guess, is the scope to be looking at being more opportunistic when we get access to a property? Both once, if a property is vacant and we need to go in and do some work, it would feel like we'd want to kind of maximise the impact we could make, so that we're not putting the scaffolding up twice and probably saving ourselves funds in the longer term. Is that something that's sort of within at least the scope of the work we will be looking at?
At the moment, we're really hoping that within the sort of the chosen area that we look at, if we write to people and tell them what we're proposing to do here and the benefits that it might result in and the energy savings that might be achieved, that people will say, yeah, we're really interested in doing that. But of course, if we find that we're trying to consult with people and engage with them, and people are saying, no, we don't want you to come and do this work at the house, then we've got to maybe a bit of a rethink, because with most of our sort of decent homes and planned maintenance work, if people say, no, I don't want it, we don't often force them to have that work done. The only thing unless it's sort of compliance type work. But I'm hopeful that if we sort of present this in a positive way, and there are lots of energy savings to be gained from it, that people will be open to it, and we will be able to find properties within the street. Clearly, we're committing to doing around 50 properties, so it might be that we split it amongst 2 or 3 different areas or different types if we're not successful in the first instance.
Councillor Pound.
Thank you. I'd just like to compliment the Council on the Interim Sustainable Housing Design Guide. I thought it was a really interesting read and a really thorough, good and thought-provoking piece of work, so thank you for that.
Any more questions on the report? Lots of screens and things in the way. Fine, I can't see any more questions, so I suggest that we put the recommendation, which I'm sure is, we'll find the paperwork. Recommendation, there is one recommendation on page 12 of the actual report, of whatever number circulation it was. So can I just ask for those in favour of the recommendation? I won't read it out because you can all read. Thank you. Very much, that's unanimous, thank you. Okay, and of course, I was going to do it, thanks for prompt. Are you in favour, Executive Council, we accept the recommendations?
Thank you, Chair. And before I do, just to mention, I really welcome the comments pointing out the scale of the challenge. It's impossible for us, or for the HRA, to be able to meet the retrofit challenge without very significant support from government, way above what is currently on offer. But we are doing our best, and we are trying to lead the way, and we will use our expertise, I think, to try and encourage housing sectors, across all housing types and tenures, to help push forward the retrofit programme. But thanks for all your comments, and happy to accept the recommendations.
Thank you very much indeed, thank you. Now we come to, I think we won't say those reports are a warm-up, they are very, very important, but we now have agenda item 8, which is the budget report. So, sorry, 7, my brain's gone, 8 was, oh yeah. Agenda item 7, which is the HR budget setting report, which is obviously very important. So, we have Julia Hovels to speak on this. So, Julia is with us, I believe, remotely. Oh, sorry, Lulu, yes?
Is it possible just to have a quick break before we start? Because this is going to be quite a long agenda item.
I second that.
I was going to say one afterwards, but have one afterwards. I think a good idea. Should we opt to have a little break now? 5 minutes to try and do whatever you need to do,
Thank
get
you.
water. Thank you very much. If that everyone's agreed, thank you. We come back about 7 minutes past, if it's 5 minutes, round about that time. Thank you. Welcome back to everybody who's come here. We do seem to be missing one of the tenant representatives, Colin Stevens, but everyone's back. We apologise for the slightly longer break than I suggested, but it was because there was a queue for the ladies. But you don't really need to know, but it's important to note how many women are involved in this committee. I think that's really important, yes? So does anyone know where Colin is? Oh, here he is. He's creeping in, hoping that the camera doesn't follow him, but welcome back, Colin. Okay. So we're now going to go to agenda item 7. I've got it right this time, and we're going to ask Julia Havels to actually introduce this very dense and complicated report. Thank you, Julia, but I know you'll make it clear for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Initially, it's probably worth just outlining the process that we'll take to considering and approving the budget reports to make sure that we're clear. So I'm going to introduce the substantive budget report initially. We will then take any questions on that, but we won't move to a vote. We will then move on to consider the 2 alternative budgets, which will be presented one by one. We'll take questions in relation to the alternative budgets, vote on the alternative budgets, and then depending upon the outcome on those, move back to vote on the substantive budget. It's the same process we followed in previous years. This year we have 2 alternative budgets instead of the 1 that we've had previously. So in relation to the substantive budget report, which I will introduce, it's an opportunity for us to set rents and service charges for the coming financial year, and an opportunity for us to set the revenue and capital budgets for 22-23 and beyond in the context of our 30-year business plan and in line with the budget strategy that we outlined in the medium-term financial strategy in September-October 2021. We've updated the assumptions that we take into consideration, and they're detailed for you in Appendix A of the budget setting report. In relation to the setting of rents and service charges, we are proposing a rent increase from April 2022 in line with government guidelines which use the consumer price index for inflation at September in the preceding year, which was at 3.1%. plus a 1% on top of that. So the inflationary increase in rent that is being proposed is 4.1%. That is a higher rent increase than we had anticipated when we delivered the medium-term financial strategy in September, because inflation increased quite significantly through the middle and back end of 2021. Do need to draw your attention to one error in the budget setting report on page 27 of the report, in the penultimate paragraph where I refer to the real term impact of the rent change. I use a figure of 8.77%, and that should read 8.64%. My apologies for that, and I will make sure it's amended in the final version of the report that goes to Council. We do recognise that the 4.1% rent increase is a higher rent increase than we'd anticipated, and will be a rent increase that will impact people, but we do believe there are a number of mitigations in place. So we will signpost people and support people to claim housing benefit or universal credit wherever they're entitled to claim this, with that increase covered if they're entitled to full housing benefit or the housing element of universal credit. The Council's General Fund budget process has a proposal in it to provide an additional discretionary housing payment budget for next year of £75,000 to enable us to help those who are in financial difficulties in relation to the rent increase. We have financial inclusion officers who work to support residents to make sure that they claim the benefits they're entitled to, and we have a dedicated universal credit officer to ensure that we're working with those residents that need to claim universal credit. The increase in rent income does allow us to offset some of the things which we would otherwise be having to take action to offset the impact of without the higher rent increase. We are seeing quite significant delays on some of our new build sites. particularly on Mill Road and Cromwell Road, and these have knock-on effects on some of the other schemes that we have in the pipeline, which means that we wouldn't be receiving or won't be receiving the rent income in 22-23 that we anticipated originally for some of these schemes as handover is delayed on these sites. In relation to the bids and savings, Appendix D1 identifies any changes in relation to the budget for the current year, and Appendix D2 details the bids and savings from 22-23 onwards. I don't propose to go through those bids and savings in detail, as I know you've all had the opportunity to read them. The budget presented as it stands at the moment is a budget that can be approved, so we set a savings target of £147,000 in the medium-term financial strategy and a corresponding strategic investment fund of the same value, so that effectively any areas of new investment needed to be funded by making savings. The budget that is proposed fulfills that and is a budget that can be approved as it stands currently. We've updated assumptions in relation to new build schemes. We've recognised the delay in a number of the sites and the impact that has in terms of the capital expenditure, but also in terms of the revenue income in respect of the delayed rental income coming in. We've also updated new build budgets to take account of increased costs that we are incurring, both as a result of labour and material shortages and that pushing up the prices of things, but also in respect of some of the costs of the passive house schemes on the pilot projects that we're carrying out, where those costs are coming out higher than we'd anticipated originally. We've built in the funding in relation to item 8 that we've already discussed on the agenda for being able to relocate tenants and leaseholders living in Princess and Hanover Court. And we've built in increased budgets for Colville 3, Aylesborough Close and the passive house schemes that need to be delivered in the coming year to ensure that we can continue with those schemes and we can enter into contract at the point at which we know final costs. I do need to point out, as I did in the MTFS, that our new build programme at the moment still very much relies on the fact that we will secure Homes England grants to fund the units in the new build programme. We haven't secured Homes England grant on any of the new 1,000 homes programme at this stage. We're in ongoing discussions with Homes England, and if we aren't able to secure grant, we will need to bring back a revised programme that looks at a different tenure mix or a different number of homes to be delivered in a different way in order to make it viable for the HRA. And I think at that point, I'm happy to hand over, Chair, and take any questions.
Thank you very much, Julia. I think the order will, so we'll see if there's any members' questions on the general presentation as put by Julia. It's in our very first circulation. We should have all had a chance to read it because we got those papers before Christmas. So, but if there's any questions to Julia now, and then we'll go on to looking at the amendments. Councillor Robertson.
Thank you. I think this budget has been drawn up in the face of huge challenges, not just the COVID variety that's come upon us. That's caused major problems for our staff in managing and maintaining the stock of homes, but the failure by the government to provide finance and the way they've constrained the way we can borrow and invest to upgrade our stock of homes. That really provided additional hurdles which are totally unnecessary and should be drawn to. We will draw it to their attention, they should be acting on it. Now, despite this, we are doing what we can and we are committed to delivering new homes at a higher level of energy efficiency, maintaining and improving the number of existing homes at decent home standards, and retrofitting our existing stock of homes. This is all work that we've got to, it provides us with a major challenge, but we are up to it, I believe. The work of the Housing Revenue Account is largely dependent on income from the rents, and as Julia's just explained, we will be putting the rents up by 3.1% plus 1%. The last few years, of course, we lost ground because we had to reduce the rents, and over the last 5 years, we only made a very small gain in rents from over that 5-year period. So the tenants benefited from that, of course, but it has put our programme of work rather behind. As you will be aware, we have a very successful house building programme producing new homes for us to rent out. This programme is really a lot bigger than most councils around the country, and in fact probably bigger than any district council anywhere in the country. And it's been very successful in that regard. But of course this has to be put in the context of our housing needs register, which has 2,000 people on it. So we have set ourselves a further target of building 1,000 more homes. How we can fund that, we don't know at the moment. As Julia has explained, it could be government grant, or it could be we have to face borrowing money if they'll let us borrow money. Turning to the existing homes in our housing stock, they are very much in need of upgrading, and we've assessed the cost of retrofitting them to improve their energy efficiency. Just to take them to Retrofit Plus level would cost £365 million just for the work. To take them to the full net zero carbon level would cost over £500 million, £512 million. Now clearly that's totally out of the context of the sort of housing revenue account we run at the moment, which is why we really need to see government taking its role seriously and providing the resources to allow us to get on with this. And of course all the other housing associations and private owners in the city and over the whole country. The whole issue is up for the government to take seriously. Despite the failures by government, we have started work on tackling retrofitting. As we discussed earlier, we've got 150 homes of the solid walls being addressed as whole house work programme. But as I said earlier, we've got a further 1,000 homes in that position, solid walls which need proper insulation and upgrading of the whole building. Alongside the capital works, we're doing all we can to support our energy efficiency programme with a permanent energy assessor post and surveyor post. They are supporting energy improvements, structural and asbestos works, and providing decent homes work. Of course, all this work on improving the energy efficiency of the houses will make them warmer for the tenants, but also cheaper to run. And hopefully there'll be savings on their fuel bills. Even before the current rise in fuel costs, the estimate was that they would be saving £250 a year by being able to live in a much warmer, better insulated house. The percentage of our stock which makes the decent home standard continues to improve and is now reached 96%. There's still work to be done, but that is an achievement. We're moving towards that 100% target. The funding of work to improve these homes is being achieved by a sensible use of reserves, not by cutting services or programme, but it would all be achieved much faster if the government provided the funding that we need. Finally, I must draw attention to our work with homeless people and those sleeping rough. Now, this has been really effective, especially during lockdown. Now, much of this work is funded from the Council's General Fund, but within our budget, there is a programme of providing money to buy houses, to provide homes for rough sleepers as part of the Next Steps programme. And that's important for us to recognise that we've got an obligation to everybody in the city. So that's our review of the Council Homes budget, presented by the Labour Group, and we welcome questions and comments on that budget. Thank you.
Councillor Robertson, Lulu, you have a question or a statement? Question.
Thank you, Chair. I actually have a question from someone who's not here, who is a tenant, who keeps their eye on what we're doing. And her question is this. She says, as she understands it, Julia, the income is not coming in from the properties in Cromwell Road and the development in Mill Road. So her rent is going up to subsidise that lack of revenue. So what she wants to know is, when the revenue is coming in from those developments, will her rent go down?
Julia, do you have I realise that Councillor Robertson, you didn't really have questions in the statement you made, but Lulu has a question that she's just asked. So Julia, would you like to respond, perhaps?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. The rent that is going up for our other tenants is not going up directly as a result of the delays on Mill Road and Cromwell Road. The point that I was making was that because we are putting rents up in line with government guidelines at 4.1%, that actually allows us to avoid having to make savings in the first year as a result of the delays in the delivery of homes at Mill Road and Cromwell Road. If we hadn't put rents up, if we don't put rents up by 4.1%, we would be forced to deliver a budget where we sought to make savings elsewhere in order to offset the costs at Mill Road and Cromwell Road. The funding from that higher rent increase, as Councillor Robertson has highlighted, is following 6 years of 1% rent cuts for 4 years and then inflationary increases for the last 2 years. We've always stuck with government guidelines, even when, as last year, the government guideline meant that we ended up with a lower rent increase than we'd assumed in our medium-term financial strategy. This year, it's the opposite way round. And putting rents up by that level does mean that we can continue to deliver our programme of investment, and we can continue to deliver the £5 million, for example, that we've set aside in 22-23 to carry out the Retrofit pilot project. These things wouldn't necessarily be possible if we weren't able to increase rents at that level. We would have more difficult decisions to make about what we stopped doing or reduced doing in order to offset the impact of that loss of rent.
Thank you very much. I'll take that back to her.
Are there other questions on the original budget paper? Lily? That's terrible. The hand came up, but I didn't link it with the face. Councillor Diel, sorry.
You scared Councillor Lee for a moment there, I think, Chair. Not at all. Thank you, and thanks to Julia. I know from hand experience on the work we've been doing how much she puts into the budget preparation. I guess I'll start with probably a technical question for Julia, which is, I guess, in regard to the inflation. So the inflationary assumptions at the moment are obviously built as best we could from the autumn numbers. But this week, only yesterday, we saw a really marked increase in the in UK inflation ahead of what we're expecting. I appreciate that this is a document that takes time to prepare. But I wondered if you could provide any sort of information and reassurances on how the council will be managing those challenges through the year. I'm thinking that on some of our major contracts, we may have indexation, which will lead to automatic increases on some of our costs. How are we reviewing that and dealing with it as it's an emerging risk nationally? To look at a broader picture, and maybe a question to the councillors in the Labour group. I think I always sort of review initially, the sort of first thing I look at in a budget is the bids to sort of see what new items are coming forward. And I think they're included on page 94, which is the revenue bids, and page 100. It was sort of very noticeable to me that the list was a lot smaller this year than we probably have in previous years. And actually, when I also look at it, I think the capital bid is for a van that got stolen. There is the 2 additional multi-skilled operatives, which is actually already part of the business plan. This is, as I understand it, a sort of formalisation of that funding and that budget line. So really, the sort of only real increase in spending that's been bid for is a sort of a minor increase that I think is needed for dealing with right to buy applications. And it just sort of strikes me that it seems like we're in a bit of a holding pattern, really. I think at the moment, everything, and it's almost been alluded to in comments, is depending on the Homes England sort of funding that we're depending on to really get the 1,000 homes programme started. And I guess there's a danger that if that funding is delayed further, we don't succeed in winning it this year, are we going to continue to have that holding pattern? And how will the ruling group look to develop the strategy in case we don't get that funding. So I think they're my two questions really, one for the officers and one for either the Executive Councillor or one of the members opposite. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor DL. Well, Julie, would you like to answer the officer's question?
Thank you, Chair. We do recognise that inflation is proving a challenge, particularly over the last few months. As Councillor DL points out, you know, we can't make amendments for things that have happened after we've published it, but we've taken a reasonably prudent approach to publishing the budget report in the first place. We had an inflationary increase of 2% built into the budget for 22-23, and when we were publishing the budget, the rates of inflation had increased at the time that we were looking at it, and we've increased, and you will have seen an item in the unavoidable revenue pressures to allow an increase in the level of inflation for 22-23 up to 3.7%. So we put an extra 1.7% in there. What we have suggested we would do is, rather than apply that blanketly across all of the budgets in the HRA, is hold it in a central provision so that we can allocate it out to the areas where it's required. So as Councillor DL points out, there will be areas where we are contractually committed to a CPI or an RPI increase, and we will use that funding to increase the budgets maybe by more than the 1.7% in those areas, and not allocate the additional funding in areas where officers are able to deliver within the current budget level that we have. So we will seek to use that money as effectively as we can to make sure that it goes as far as it can in 22-23, and we will of course review the position again as part of the medium-term financial strategy in September, where if we have to make any mid-year adjustments, recognising anything over and above what we've allowed in there, that's our opportunity to do that, to ensure that we can still deliver services during 22-23 and beyond. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Now, does anyone, is there an officer, a councillor that wishes to respond to the question that Councillor DL had about? Oh, is that? Oh, I can see a hand waving from above. Councillor Todd Jones, would you like to answer the question to the politicians? Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. No, just to say that I think we all recognise that we are under an incredible kind of financial constraint, a very challenging environment, but we are doing a huge amount. I think that's evident in the budget setting report for the HRA. Yes. We cannot do what we perhaps would like to do, but I think we're taking a really sensible approach, and we have the opportunity, of course, in the medium-term financial strategy, for example, to review our options. But I think this is a necessary approach in this really challenging financial environment. But I do hope everyone recognises that we've set ourselves ambitious targets. We've achieved a huge amount, and we have a lot to do. But it's a difficult situation in terms of the overall financial context. But thanks so much.
Thank you. Are there any other questions on about the papers, agenda item 7 as has been introduced without any amendments? Any more questions or statements vis-a-vis that? Can't see anything. Right. So the next stage is that we will ask, we've got no more questions and no more answers need to be given, so we'll now ask for the two introductions or explanations of the two amendments. First of all, the amendments submitted by Lib Dems, and that's Councillor DL is going to speak on that one, please. And that's because these two papers were circulated separately, so should be able to have them to hand. It's very clear because all the changes are in, well, they're supposed to be cut. They come out as bold in the paperwork, so you can look at that. So, Councillor DL.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And yes, I would note, I think as you correctly pointed, I think this was once described as an alternative budget. It isn't. This is an amendment to the budget that's been brought forward. I would like to very much thank a team of officers who very helpfully and during very busy time sort of given us information and helped feed into this process. Now, I think hopefully the forward on page 13 and 14 is fairly clear in what we're aiming to do. Effectively, there is, I think our priorities are very similar to the ruling group's priorities. What we're looking for is other opportunities to really try and help where we can. As has been mentioned, I think repeatedly in this meeting, the retrofit challenge is a major one. In particular, we were looking at sort of a couple of things that we think weren't addressed really in the BSR. So on the BSR, I think in page 46, but there's a list of external funding options with a big focus on the Homes England funding I mentioned previously. But nothing is mentioned about some of the national government schemes that could be actually used to help fund retrofitting here. So that's something that I think we should start to be really talking about as a council. I think it's important that it's included within our kind of deliberations. A lot of this content is, we see the same items coming through each year, so we should be discussing that. When I did raise this as a discussion item, because a lot of this funding was announced in the autumn, it was pointed out to me that actually we have put a bid in for the Social Housing Decarbonisation Fund, which we're very pleased to see. And hopefully what we'd like to do is just formalise the decision in that regard, that if we're successful, which would hope to bring about £800,000 to Cambridge, that money is added on to the pot that we already have planned for this year, and would actually make a material difference to the financial commitment that we can make to retrofitting homes. The other sort of key item on that retrofit challenge is, I think, how we structure some of our financing. And as we've often discussed, I think in previous years, there can be an underspend on our existing housing stock that sometimes sort of disappears actually more than anything. There's not an active decision to transfer it away, but instead it's just not rephased, and it sort of effectively ends up rolling up into the overall capital position, and given our current priorities, it will often go into new builds. So a bit like we did last year when it came to the general fund, where the decision was made not to fund capital spend from the revenue budget anymore. A suggestion I'm making is that we take those underspends and actually put them into an earmarked fund. And that would have been about £3.5 million over the last 5 years that would now be available. Now, for the sanity of officers, I'm not suggesting that we take that money out. There is a detailed capital plan there already, and I don't want to add to people's work at the moment. But going forward, I think it would be actually quite an effective way over the next few years to build up an effective fund that we can tap into. And if we didn't need the money, we can always make a decision in this committee to move it, but at least we'll then see that happening. So that's the retrofit challenge part, hopefully explained, and questions welcome. The other two parts, I think, are hopefully a little bit simpler. In the retrofit aspect,
Sorry, can I suggest we take each of these amendments separately?
Well, I'm going to suggest that I think that the pattern will be to have the two alternative budget amendments proposed, then some discussion, then we will when we come to taking the vote, we'll take them individually and not as a block. Does that help? Because otherwise we might get ourselves sort of twizzled up considerably, but I thought that was the proposal we thought might be the best way of doing it.
If I can comment, so the suggestion from Julia was that we take on the report, there's paragraph 1.3, which lists out each of the individual points. And I think the suggestion would be that after we've had the debate from both amendments, that we will vote on those line items. Hopefully it won't take too long. That would be the suggestion. So yes, just to complete my quick summary of where we're coming from, I think it is really important that we have absolute clarity on the data when it comes to the carbon footprint of the housing stock. We know it's difficult and it won't be perfect, but we do think that some funding would allow us to have meaningful numbers. And this is actually a key step that you will see in the pledge to net zero that many companies are making. Effectively, what we're trying to do is say, this is what the estimated carbon footprint of the housing stock is today. And then when we go forward making decisions in future years, we'll be able to see the impact that makes. Finally, away from the retrofit and the needs for climate change, it is sort of noticeable in the current budget that there's almost no mention in the actual bids around the impacts of the pandemic. And effectively, a comment that's come back to members on my side, and I believe to officers, is obviously the problems that many, particularly many more elderly residents have been facing, and the isolation that happened over the last few years. Effectively, I was pleased when we raised this point that already there is a plan afoot. So there is a graduate scheme where one of the roles that person will be taking on is actually looking at this issue and hopefully helping to organise events and generally community inclusion. At the same time, from those discussions, officers did feel that there would be capacity to actually bring in some additional resource for an 18-month period that would really hopefully allow that to be structured well. I would hope that most of that work, a lot of it is about community, we've got great volunteer groups, etc., but a paid resource can just help to organise that and make sure that no one's left behind. So that's I hope, very good intentions of the Lib Dem amendment, but I will happily take questions, but I think first it's over to Councillor Bennett.
Thank you. Now we're going to, I think the agreement was that Councillor Bennett will then introduce the Green Independent Group budget amendments, yes?
Chair, it's going to make it very difficult. Sorry. It's going to make us very difficult to discuss this if we have the whole lot to discuss in one go. Wouldn't it be better to take each of the individual... Can you just let me speak for a second? It would be much better if we took each individual item within each group's proposals rather than take the whole lot together. Otherwise, it's going to be a bit of a mess, I'm afraid.
Chair, could I point out that actually both our amendments are complementary and actually work quite well together, and we'd actually prepare to do it as originally planned, and I will actually cover that if you're happy with that and explain how they fit together.
Yes, I can understand what Councillor Robertson's saying, but we also tried to work out how can we actually make it that the meeting not too long, because we must have debate, but also we're having a meeting in sort of difficult circumstances. So I think this was an agreement with the people who've made the proposals, the budget amendments, that this was okay by them. If I would continue to proceed with that unless there's any other kind of very strong objection to that. Councillor Sargent.
Thank you, Chair. So it looks as though the documentation is incorrect, because certainly for the Liberal Democrat, it says it's one amendment. Okay. But we're now saying there's going to be 4 amendments, aren't we? Is that correct? And I don't know what the actual, and a similar number, I guess, for the Greens. So are we actually debating 8 amendments? Is that right?
They have produced, from what I understand, and perhaps the officers can clarify, 2 separate proposals to amend the budget. There are varying up for a certain number of those items. So they're doing them collectively. But it's also proposed, it's also been suggested that we then, when we can vote, we'll vote through on individual. That's what I believe was agreed. And if people object to that, we can look at that. But that was what we agreed to actually keep the meeting going, because it's a complicated one, yes. But it isn't. They've got a group. They've got a set of amendments as theirs, but then we can take them separately. So it's not a different number. It's a group discussion. It happens every year. We have it like this every year, and it is quite unique that opposition. I think it's quite unique in Cambridge, and I always ask this. It's quite unique that the opposition have the chance to make a very valid budget amendment with the help of officers. So it's a good way to include everyone. It's very democratic, but obviously in that way you have to manage how you do it. Sorry. Lulu, do you have something to add?
I do have something to add. I actually agree with Councillor Robertson, because although I agree with you as well that they are very complementary, they aren't the same document, and you are not putting together, you haven't proposed a joint amendment. And to put them together and discuss them this way, I find very confusing. I found it very confusing reading them, because I was thinking, oh, that's like this is like that. I would much prefer, because of the way my brain is at the moment, and I know it might take longer, but actually to just go through the first one, because in the past we've only ever had one amendment, and that's what we've done. We've gone through it and we've heard it. To try and get them all together, I understand for reasons of conciseness that might seem like the best thing to do, but personally I would find that more confusing.
Okay, do you have any other comments?
I'm entirely agnostic. I'm happy to answer questions now or later, but I would very much leave it with Councillor Bennett, who has been given an expectation. So,
I have a comment. We have Councillor Bennett will actually propose it, and then we can then ask for questions on Councillor Diell's proposal in one bulk, rather than mix them all up, which I think that's where the confusion will be. And then we'll ask for any questions to Councillor Bennett, specifically on hers, and then at the end we will do the voting as we normally do. But it seems to me that way you're not going to have somebody having one person asking about one budget amendment and the next one asking another, which would be confusing. So is that a better way of doing it? We'll get the introductions and then we'll go ahead to ask specific questions to the two separate amendments, and I think that's a reasonable compromise.
Can I just ask when the debate will be? You've said two sets of questions and then we're going to the vote. When will we be taking the debate? Sorry, I'm confused here.
Well, we have questions and then people can make statements in relation to those as well, because I might believe that there might be some statements to be made. But first of all, questions of clarification. Then if people want to make a statement vis-a-vis what's being said, and then of course we will then put it to the vote. We put the amendments to the vote, and then we'll vote on the substantive budget if it is the budget as originally presented with any amendments that have been carried. I know it's confusing, it always is, but I think that is the way that we would normally do it. It's just, and I think that, I think Lou's quite right, we've had only one budget to amend before, so this is more complicated this time. So if we go ahead and ask Councillor Bennett to introduce hers, and then we'll go to questions to Councillor Diell, and anything else that wants to be said in respect of those, and similarly for Councillor Bennett after that. So we're not muddling up the questions and the answers, which I think is better for everybody, including those people who have to take the minutes of the meeting. And we must never forget that is a challenge. So if we do it that way, I think we'll hopefully all be clear in what we're doing, if that's okay. Is that okay with you, Lulu, and the other councillors? Well, that would be a way of dealing with it, so we're not too muddled. We've got the two introductions and then we can ask individual questions. Okay? Thank you. Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Chair. Right, I'm going to start by saying that your options tonight, in terms of the Lib Dem amendments and ours, are independent. Our amendments do not clash, so approving one doesn't preclude voting for the other. And as I've said before, I think they work together quite nicely. We have done is that we see our role as the smallest group in the council as primarily scrutiny, because realistically we don't have voting control. Our amendments have to be very good, I think, to have a chance of being accepted. So as well as putting forward some proposals, we've actually commented on some aspects of the budget that we think are important. And again, as you'd expect from the Green, I started with a retrofit shortfall proposal. And we have always have a problem as councillors. We want to applaud any small schemes and gains we can get in terms of addressing the climate emergency and getting retrofit funding. And we should indeed do that, because it is so difficult to get funding and so hard to ensure that we can move even a small way forward. But the problem is, the more we do that, the more we are lulling residents into complacency. So I wanted to address that by presenting a formal proposal that our HRA budget includes an updated retrofit estimate, and that's included very prominently. I'm not saying we have to spend officers' time and money doing a detailed one. A high-level order of magnitude one is enough. And at this point, I have to comment that the Field and Mawson report starts off with an estimate of around £500 million. And the problem is that's actually way, way too low. Because we had 527 post-war prefabs that weren't actually included in that report. So if we don't include anything in that cost, we're effectively saying we can retrofit them for free. So after some discussion and help from Julia, who has in fact been amazing, I have suggested that we include an estimate of a retrofit cost of 125% of the amount of a similar standard home. And the reason it's 125% is that Julia and I have both done a little bit of homework, and we have managed to find a council in Glasgow that's actually done some retrofit of some similar properties. I haven't had full details back, and I'd hope to be able to incorporate them later, but that does seem to be good enough to update that figure. And the other major amendment to the cost of that figure is that if we actually did that full retrofit, we'd have to borrow and service that borrowing for several years while we're waiting for that scheme to come on stream. We'd then have the difficulty that we couldn't actually necessarily recoup all the costs for retrofit through the borrowing. So that places an additional financial burden on the scheme. And I think if you add the two things together, we are now not very far short of the dramatic figure of 1 billion. Considering that, I need to get government's attention and keep that attention, I'm really keen to see that figure updated and explained. I've included some suggestions as to how we may do retrofitting. And this is because, we need to ensure we balance climate justice and social justice. It's right that our first retrofit should be full house retrofit, because we need to have that information and knowledge. And it also helps to ensure that identify other barriers to retrofit, such as skill shortages and areas where the retrofit technologies may not work as we expect. But the problem with that is that the tenants who are included in the retrofit programme are then ending up with cheap to heat homes, but we're not able to do anything for other tenants. So once we have done the pilot, unless we are securing full funding, and then I think we should be moving to a partial retrofit strategy where we are just cherry picking out the most effective retrofit technologies, such as insulation, draft proofing, and low energy light bulbs. And the reason for that is that we can actually get more emissions cuts for our bucks, and we're also sharing those benefits more widely. So that perhaps instead of one tenant getting a heating cost reduction, it could be 10 tenants. And tried to put some figures together, and are not really quite good enough to present yet. Ward team is still working on them. But because you are sort of picking out the more efficient retrofit technologies, it's possible that if we work that way, we could achieve double the emission reduction. Obviously, if the government's going to come in tomorrow and give us the money we need, then this argument is irrelevant. But if they're not, or until they do, I would very much urge that a fairer and more widely spread use of retrofit funding is made. My next issue is quite a straightforward one. we've seen how complex these figures are, and we've seen even experienced councillors losing their track on them. I think that scrutiny has got to depend on being comfortable with the information. I mean, I'm an accountant myself. We have actually an unusually high number of accountant members in this committee. But not everybody is comfortable dealing with financial information. We have a lot of people outside this room who are really interested in what we're doing, such as activists and residents and tenants. And they don't really have time to spend 4 hours going through this. So what I wanted to do was to set up a cross-party working group to look at producing some supplementary financial information to supplement the main report. And I've given a very small example in here of how you can use a frequently asked questions list to find a way of indexing and zipping through the main report so that you can zone in on the bits that you're interested in. Because of course they will be different for every user. This isn't in any way a criticism of Julia's excellent work and the quality of reports, which actually are a lot better than many of the ones I see in my day job, including, dare I say, some of the ones I do myself. And finally, I want to talk about the Compact Homes proposal. During the pandemic, I've obviously been helping out some of the COVID mutual aid groups. There wasn't much I can do because I was shielding at home, but what I was doing was sort of helping out with financial queries, you know, for people who fell through the slats of the COVID financial aid schemes. And a surprising number of them were young people, and they were actually some of the most difficult ones to help. We tend to think that young people are fine, they're independent, they're healthy. They don't really need as much help as elderly people. But when we came into the pandemic, what I was finding is that many of these people had no safety net. We talk a lot about the bank of mum and dad, and for some people that's a huge boon, but for a lot of people the bank of mum and dad is just simply not there. So one of the things, I know that we're talking later about the homelessness report, which is an excellent report and a really sort of comprehensive, well-structured programme. But it's always better to prevent rather than cure. And with young people, we have a group of people who are often very prone to slipping down through sofa surfing and staying over with friends into homelessness. And this can happen very quickly. I saw one young lady who was referred by her employer because they had complaints about her body odour, and it turned out she was sleeping in a car. And she then tried to get a friend to help her to sofa surf. And what happened then is that her friend's landlady actually evicted both of them because she didn't want to have an extra person staying on her property. So what I wanted to do was to try to find a way to help young people with housing. And this is very difficult because if it wasn't difficult, you know, you would have already started doing it already. So what I've tried to do is to zone in on some possibilities for helping young people. And one of the more promising avenues seems to be compact homes. And for this reason, I've asked for a pilot feasibility study. Now you may say, why are you asking for £40,000? We already have pod homes for homeless. You know, other councils have commercial property that's been converted to residential use. And in London, we have housing developments built above supermarkets. So isn't that information there already? Well, actually, it's not. In all these cases, we have to get round some roadblocks and do quite a lot of changes to make it work for our people. So it is genuinely quite complex. Of young people, loneliness, isolation, and degradation in their mental health is particularly an issue. So with our homelessness pods, we have no communal space. So a scheme like that would have to be adapted to provide some sort of clubhouse to actually make it a working option for younger people. If we're looking at converting residential accommodation, we do have some good information from some of the previous schemes that have gone wrong, and we can see a little bit about how we're doing things differently. And I think one really important improvement would be to have some co-living communal space included in development. And we've seen an example at Marmalade Lane, but Marmalade Lane is quite an upmarket development for a really different tenant group. So again, somebody would need to look at these figures and to check that we could actually include enough communal space to offset having relatively small individual units and make a quality sociable housing solution for young people. A third point I'd like to make before I close is to say that there are two particular groups of young people who's particularly keen to consider, and one of these is young care leavers, who are a very difficult group to support, and appropriate housing for them is very hard to find. I wouldn't be proposing a scheme solely for young care leavers because it's really important they're integrated, and ideally they would be housed within a small development of aged peers who are not young care leavers. The other group was actually young key workers on whom we've relied so much through the pandemic. Yet many of them are going home to overcrowded and poorly maintained houses of multiple occupation or long commutes, which means that sort of it's very difficult for them to socialise and perhaps find their future life partners. So although there are other groups who are in need, I wanted to pick out this one group and try to find a solution that works for them. So what we proposed is one very small pilot study, feasibility study, and one very small pilot scheme to see if we can find a solution to some of these issues. And I hope at the very least we can actually provide a good template practice and a few homes for some of the most disadvantaged young people in our community. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Bennett. So I think we now decided, I think my compromisers will now ask for questions or statements vis-à-vis Councillor Diell's Lib Dem amendment. Are there any? I think Councillor Shield wants to make a statement or ask a question. Are there others? I can't see any hands, but I'm obscured. I'll keep looking, yeah?
Thank you, Chair. This is a response to the opposition amendment that has been proposed by Councillor Diell. It's specifically the first part, the idea of a ring-fenced energy efficiency fund that would make use of the underspend in the repairs and maintenance budget. It's well-intentioned, but our explanation of the repairs underspend in previous years has never been that the repairs did not need doing. moreover, that has not until now been the view of the opposition. These are resources for repairs and maintenance that is needed. And indeed, we have, as Labour, given assurances that any backlog due to access issues in the context of COVID-19 will be made good as soon as possible. But we can only do that if the carry forward can still be available. And that's not to say that it can't be used for energy efficiency and for the net zero carbon targets, but it's about keeping that resource flexible, and an earmarked fund would restrict that flexibility. Thank you, Councillor Dalziel, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Shield. Are there other, Councillor Robertson? You want to answer that first? Let's make it nice and simple.
If I could respond to individual items. So I do appreciate it's a slightly accountancy item, so it's easy to miss points in it. Included within the actual position is that it would actually exclude any carry forwards. So on the repairs and renewals, where carry forwards are identified and brought forward, they would continue to sit within the repairs budget and in the decent homes budgets as well. What has happened over the last few years, and it isn't really even reflected in this budget sheet, it's more reflected in the carry forward report we see later in the year, is that there are occasions where the spend isn't fully rephased, and that's where the money just kind of drops away. And that's the money we're trying to catch. Now, there is a political, I guess, a debate around, of course, that money is then used within the HRA, and I think is driven towards new homes, which, of course, we're all also very positive about. So maybe there is a decision on where you put that funding. But I think the benefit of this is at least we make that decision very clear. And actually, it means that there's transparency on how much of the budget that we had for our existing stock isn't being used. And ideally, we'd like to keep that, use it on the existing stock, but use it on this retrofit challenge. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Robertson.
As Councillor Shield has said, we feel, I think, that we want to maintain flexibility. So it's not appropriate to accept this first proposal. The underspends will be used can be used for energy efficiency or whatever else is needed. I don't think it's appropriate to earmark it. On the second proposal, the Social Housing Decarb Fund, the 783,000, if we got that money, will be added to the planned maintenance budget for retrofitting anyway, and this item is not needed. On the third proposal, there's £12,000 for resource to undertake a project to estimate carbon footprint. We feel that with the people we've already got in post, the energy assessor and the energy surveyor, and the work on the pilot projects, we will have significant analysis available, and we do not need this additional budget. On the fourth proposal, I have an amendment to the amendment to be distributed, please. While you're getting that passed around, I will read it out because people watching from at home don't otherwise find out what the amendments are saying. So the amendment would read, the proposal would read as follows. A proposal for internal scoping work, including the independent living service and community services, alongside the assessment of external provision, to inform an analysis of the services provided to older residents, and not just council tenants, experiencing isolation and to assess community needs. This analysis may include recommending a future revenue bid for a community inclusion officer. They would, if so, they would work across the sheltered housing portfolio and with older tenants in our general needs housing to support residents, to improve connectivity between sheltered schemes and other residents, and reduce loneliness and social isolation. The new post would supplement the existing independent living service. So we're looking at it a much wider view, taking a much wider view. People within a community that are not just council tenants, there could be any form of tenancy or ownership of a house in that area. We want to look at it as a whole, and therefore we'd want to deal with it as part of our wider provision of support for the community. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. So we've got an amendment, approach to the amendment. Can I ask the person who made the first amendment, Councillor Dalziel, whether he would accept that or whether we should put it to a vote? On that particular item, it's getting very depth. We've got layers of amendments to amendments. We'll try and keep it clear. Yeah?
Always fun. I must admit, it would have been useful to see this a little more in advance. I think by the looks of it, this would withdraw the funding. I can see why one would like to look more across a broader tenure, or tendencies, I should say, and that's something that we'll probably be picking up in the general fund, actually. So actually, at the moment, it seems to be removing the funding that we have had, despite the fact that we've got a reduction in costs in the current budget. We're reducing what we're taking out of the reserves by 250,000. And we're effectively not spending any of that money in response to the pandemic or on that community. So I'm not very happy with the this amendment on first sight, but I'm happy to have it explained to me or just to go to a vote.
Okay, did you want to ask a question or add something, Councillor Bennett, to that?
Could I speak before we go to a vote? I think most people know that I am actually a daughter carer and have been so recently for my elderly parents. I think we all know there are times when everybody wants to get further information before they act, and there's some times where it's actually important to act now and not to take the information you have and go ahead because the need is so critical. The isolation of our elderly residents is terrifying. And, you know, a huge problem now. We really can't afford to wait for this study. There's enough evidence if we all read the papers, if we talk to our relatives, if we talk to our residents. This needs to happen and it needs to happen now. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Now, as you don't, Councillor Dalziel hasn't accepted the amendment to the amendment. Could I have a seconder to the amendment? Am I doing this in the right order? I'm not too sure. Shall we just continue with the questions, and I'll do that towards the end because we're all getting very confused. So, any more questions or statements vis-a-vis Councillor Dalziel, and we'll take that amendment to the amendment a little bit later. Yes, I won't forget it. Yeah, just to make it as clear as we can. So, Councillor Dalziel.
I guess. Sorry, Lily. Yeah, I guess I should probably respond to the other comments made. Well, I think I've already explained on the funding side. At the moment, there is a pattern of funding that we have actually originally committed to our existing housing stock that is falling away from that. And at the moment, that is really quite invisible to the reports that we see. So I do think an earmarked fund would help in that regard, and it would also send a very clear message and a commitment on the need to retrofit. Regarding the second point around the Decarbonisation Fund, although you say it will happen, and I'm assured by officers it will, that is not reflected in any formal document that's been provided by this council yet. So if you believe that is the case, then I would strongly recommend that you support this point because it just includes it within the overall plan. To stop that seems odd. It also gives us an opportunity to add this into the external funding discussions that are also included in the paper. And I think that those external funding lists haven't changed for some time. And as a council, we should be showing that we recognise what's coming from the national government, that we've got a real appetite for it. even if we don't like the people in charge, we want to make sure that they can see a really clear desire for that money. And then on the final point, the carbon footprinting, I guess my question then, which may come up later, is why do we not have the carbon footprint for the housing portfolio yet then? And if we end up here in a year's time, having not spent that money but not having any data, and it's a simple metric, just how much carbon dioxide estimated is our housing stock putting into the atmosphere each year. That is a really important thing for us to manage. It's a reason why it was such a heavy feature in the COP26 discussions, and why one of the best things you can do at first is to actually understand your position. So hopefully that will come forward, but that's very much what this budget item is set to address. Thank you.
Any more further questions? Lulu, is your hand up? You're just stretching.
Thank you, Chair. No, my hand is up. I'd like a bit more information, if I could, please, from you about the carbon reporting project, particularly why the budget is for £12,000. What's that going to? Is it going to be an employment opportunity for somebody? Is it going to be? I mean, you probably know we have in Cambridge the Cambridge carbon footprint, which was started here by somebody in this city. And they have huge amounts of expertise. They have every year they have their open eco homes where you can go and visit. Obviously, they're private homes that people have either retrofitted or, in some cases, I believe, built parts where they've actually, from the very beginning, brought into not building passive house, but they've done as much as they can with like triple glazing, etc. So I'm wondering. I mean, I had my flat surveyed by them, and it didn't cost me anything. It wasn't because I'm a tenant of the council, it's because they do that. So what I'm wondering, and they have heat-seeking devices, so they can go around and say, like, there's a great huge draft here, which you can do something about. So I'm wondering, I'd like a bit more information about what the budget would be spent on, and why you think it would only take a year.
Thank you. So it's a very good question, and fundamentally the budgets that I put forward, I've agreed with the officers. So it's actually on page 51 of the report. I know it doesn't give you that much more detail, but just to give some assurance that the sort of inputs there are not something I have any real control over. It's something that the officer team will feed into. So effectively, it would cost too much to do each and every individual home in detail, as a resource. That's not going to be possible for us. We'd probably be better spending the money on actually getting some improvements made. The reason the figure's quite low is it would instead be more of a consultancy work. As I understand, we would be bringing in some external expertise in this regard. And when you look at the carbon footprint of two houses, obviously they can be different, but the big difference between two different types, two different types usually have a much bigger difference than two homes of the same type. That's why I think in the pilot scheme with the 5 million, we're focusing on this one standard of housing. So ideally, I want someone to do the maths, and some of it will be we might have really good data on some of our new build programs. We should have really, really clear information in that regard. On some of our other schemes, it might be less so. We will be a little bit of a finger in the air. We might need to maybe do a few example houses and then extrapolate that out. That's the kind of work that would need to happen. It won't be a perfect number, but it would hopefully give us a meaningful one. We'd use the best data that we can get our hands on. And then effectively going forward, we would hopefully keep improving that data, but we'd also start to be able to estimate the impact of our decisions. And I think that's really important for us as a council.
Okay, so that brings me to another question. So how about instead of having a consultant, we actually buy some equipment that the council could use itself to make? I mean, I'm just saying because, it's like council tenants could use the equipment themselves. I don't really understand. I don't really understand how it would just take a year. I think it should happen. I definitely think we do need to know the carbon footprint of the properties. Definitely, I agree with that. The other question is, has anyone got another mask? Because mine's just broken.
Note to everyone, have a spare mask, but we didn't put it in the instructions of the meeting, yeah?
Oh.
Okay. Thank you. Wonderful, thanks.
Yes, I can be quick in response on that. I agree with you that having the ability to provide energy surveys is important. I do believe we do already have that capacity, but if there may be the opportunity to increase that. This is actually more at the kind of the strategic level when we're looking at these reports. So this is doing a very top level set of work. It's annoying how much consultants charge. Ideally, we might be able to, for example, use experts at the university to cut those costs, and that would be an option that would be available to us. But this makes the commitment in the budget, makes provision, and then if savings can be found, they'd be very welcome.
Any more questions? Oh, yes, Councillor Pounds.
Yes, just to say, I don't really think that £12,000 is going to achieve anything more than the very highly professional services and the Cambridge Carbon Footprint actors that are already going on, and the money could be put to a better use. And I'm not even sure that you need to make a revenue bid for such a small sum of money anyway.
I think, Colin, you had your hand up.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I've just been sitting here thinking, the recruitment of a community inclusion officer, why is that any different to the very good service we've already got, the ILF? I live in sheltered housing, and the ILF team where I live do a fantastic job. I can't get my head around the fact that one community inclusion officer is going to make any difference. Thank you.
No, thank you. Two good questions. In response to Councillor Pound's comment, as I say, I went to officers for the information for how we do this, and this is their response. So it's affordable is probably the more important decision then to me, and it wouldn't make a material impact on the long-term finances. At the same time, it's a commitment to make it happen. You do raise a very good point on the community inclusion officer, and something I should have said in my introductory comments is there is a lot of excellent work that's ongoing there. Effectively, from it was a question in an area of concern for us, just because people I know who've come through this were saying how the sheltered housing seems to have really become quite, some of the social spaces have become quite desolate, and they wanted us to ask about it. The feedback, that was from personal comments, was that the officers are already looking at that particular issue with this graduate role, but that there's scope, that basically there's work to do. I think hopefully it's fairly clear from the last 2 years that obviously, even though there's a team there, they've got a lot of work on at the minute, so we're really trying to back them up, not suggest they're not doing good work at the same time.
Any other questions or observations or statements vis-a-vis Councillor Dell's and Lib Dem amendments? Can I say anyone? No, I'm just going around the corners. Okay. If I can just make a little comment on the proposal for a community inclusion officer, I actually think scoping it out is important myself, because I think there is a lot out there. So you want to find where the gaps are, and you also want to involve those tenants, those very people you want to include. Don't assume that you decide what's good for them, because you have to ask people what they want. And for many years I worked, I was a volunteer, pulling up a list of events for older people. It used to be called Cambridge Celebrates Age. And right at the beginning, we're all enthusiastic. We had feedback events. And what we found was that what happens is you have got a lot of events, but that not everyone would see that they're appropriate for them. And as someone once put, we want less Vera Lynn and more Mick Jagger. And I think that is the approach you have to look at vis-a-vis what you do for older people. new generations of older people coming through, and I think I want to assess what's needed before I assume that I would zoom in and do it. So that's my just slightly anecdotal observation, but I think it's quite important. Don't do, as we nothing about us without us, which is used all the time, and I've used it before, but it's particularly important, I think, in relation to older people.
Couldn't agree with you more. I would hope, and I think, in fairness, the officer culture here is very much embraced that any additional resource would be their first job. And hopefully they would be looking in that direction. At the same time, I'm also just pleased that we, bring this issue to the table so that it's being discussed as a community going forward.
Thank you. So that's our list. That's our comments, etc. for Councillor DL. Now we'll go on to Councillor Bennett's proposals. Am I right? For any questions or statements vis-a-vis those, I don't know whether the Executive Councillor for Housing wanted to add anything at this point, or whether you want to add something perhaps at the end. I don't know.
No, well, perhaps just to say that I think a real assessment of the need that's out there. I think perhaps more Mick Jagger. I think I agree, Chair. Thanks.
Councillor Robertson.
Sorry if I misunderstood, but I thought we were going to deal with the voting on these set of amendments first before we moved on to the green ones.
Oh, right. So you're saying you want me to deal with your amendment to the amendments. I was going to wait to the very end until we've had all the questions vis-a-vis all this, but it won't make any difference. I just think people get in voting mode. But I could, of course, if you've got a seconder for your amendment to the amendment, we could start then we know what, you're right, we know what we're voting for at the end. It is very complicated. Mike? Seconding, yes?
I am, yes, thanks.
Thank you. Well, shall I simply, because I think we've heard what you said on that, yes, and anybody wants to say anything else vis-a-vis that, shall we go to the amendment, and then we know what the substantive... I'm not sure I've ever heard of a substantive amendment, but that's what we're looking at, yes? So if we can perhaps just go to the amendment which was proposed by Councillor Robertson, yes?
Can I just speak on that then?
Sorry? Do you want to speak? Do you want to say anything to it? Does the secretary wish to speak?
Please, yeah, thanks. Thank you, Chair. I think the point's been made right at the end, to be honest. We're not quite sure what we need as much as anything, and whether we do need an officer or community provision, I think, is the point. I'm not convinced that we just need to say we need another officer to meet the needs. And picking up on Councillor Bennett's point, who wants it done immediately, but obviously this proposal's not talking about that. It's actually talking about October of this year that the appointment will start. So I think we've got time to look at what is actually needed and provide for that. And we may have to bring something forward in the mid-year on this. So I don't think we should be committing to an officer if we don't actually know if that's the right way forward to address these issues. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So I think we've heard the person who proposed it, the original amendment, doesn't accept that. So I'm now going to put the amendment to the amendment as proposed by Councillor Robertson. And, sorry, if I missed someone, sorry. Sorry?
I should be an interfering, well, no, it's my job. I mean, I have a question. If this amendment is agreed and voted, who takes responsibility for carrying that forward on the council?
I'd seek clarification. I don't tell them what to do. Yeah.
Oh, I know. I'm just saying, I'm seeking clarification.
Yeah. Okay, and then Colin, you've got something to say. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think there needs to be a lot more discussion with the people that are going to be affected, mainly our tenants, and the proposal says older people, instead of just naturally assuming, as you rightly said, well, this is what they need. Yeah. Somebody needs to go and actually talk to these people and say, well, what would you like? Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
And I think as we hopefully come out the other side of what's been a lot of social isolation, we will be able to begin to engage people more, and that'd be a good way to engage people, I think, talking about them, what they would like in the light of what they've been through almost as well, be really helpful. Anyway, can I now propose that we put the amendment to the vote, the amendment as circulated by Councillor Richard Robertson, and we all have a vote on this, tenants and councillors, tenants, leaseholder rep and councillors, yes? Oh. Oh, well, I'm going to take the part ones, the ones that fall within part one, if Julia can clarify. I did write on my original papers what fall. I think, all I'm doing at the moment is the proposal to specifically amount the net underspend the one about the revenue bid for 18-month fixed term must be Julia, it must be in the ones that tenants and everyone can vote on that one. That's the only amendment to the amendment we're dealing with, yes?
Thank you, Chair. So just to clarify, when it comes to voting on the amendments, just to complicate it further, we do need to consider the amendments. As we've said, we're going to take them and vote on them one by one, but we need to consider whether they fall under part one or part two of the agenda. In broad terms, part one items are revenue related decisions or operational decisions, and all members of the committee can vote on those. Part two are capital related or strategic decisions, and only councillors are able to vote on those. So in relation to the Liberal Democrat amendments, items 1 and 2, bullet points 1 and 2 will be voted on under part 2, so just councillors voting. And bullet points 3 and 4 would be voted on under part 1, so all members of the committee voting. And in relation to the Green proposals, items 1, bullet points 1, 3 and 4 can be voted on under part 1 with everybody voting, and bullet point 2 would need to be considered with just councillors voting under part 2.
I you to repeat that because I think I had it straight in my head, but what I thought at the beginning of the meeting, maybe not what I'm thinking now. Lulu, do you want clarification?
I do. We're not voting on the Green proposal yet, are we?
I'm suggesting that we want to we're kind of sort of wrapping up the Lib Dem amendments. So included with that was an amendment to the amendment. So I was going to start off with actually voting on that, which we can all vote on. And then we'll have a substantive set of amendments. And then we're going to go, and then we'll hear from, we'll do the Councillor Bennett aspects. And then we will then vote on the two separate sets of proposals. So we get all the chat out of the way. And then we do the votes. You won't get confused because I think it'll be very clear what you're voting on, yeah? That's what I suggested. So we haven't mixed up the questions, but we won't be mixing up the votes, we'll be taking them separately. And I think that is the clearest way for us all, I think so, to do. So what I'm suggesting now is that I've said it several times now, but Councillor Robertson's amendment to the Lib Dem's original amendment, we're going to put that to a vote. Everyone can vote on that. Everyone on this committee can vote on that. And then that will sit there until we see whether that's substantive or not, and that will go when we vote overall on his amendments, which we'll take one by one. Isn't it confusing? And if you're still confused when we get there, I'll try explaining it again. I'm sure the committee section will be able to do it much clearer than I do. So if we can just tell me what your response will be on the Councillor Robertson's amendment to the proposal to to make budget proposals for a community inclusion officer. So, those in favour of Councillor Robertson's amendment? On it, I said we can all vote on this because it's in the part one bit, yeah? Those in favour of Councillor Robertson's amendment anyway. And those against? They haven't understood. Said Colin, are you voting for finding out what people want to do first? Well, then in that basis, sorry, just to point it out, because I felt and I may be unfair on this, and I'm trying to be as democratic as possible, that your vote then didn't reflect that. We're voting on what Councillor Robertson put forward to say, let's scope it out first and then decide a bit later. That's what we're deciding on now. So it's on this thing that he circulated, and then if you don't agree with it and think it should go or in favour of it immediately being put into the budget, then you would vote against the amendment. And I'm not directing your vote, I'm just saying, so you understand, you don't think in every, oh, did I do the right thing? Or the thing that I thought I was doing. So I'm just pointing that out. That's okay, I'm not patronising or anything, I just think it gets very confusing, yeah?
Oh, Chair.
Can I do it again? Those in favour of Councillor Robertson's amendment, yeah?
Just for the note of record on clarifications, I would just sort of note that I would expect an officer recruited, one of their first jobs would be scoping out, but this would give additional resource to doing that.
Okay, well, I think we've probably said a lot of discussion around this, so those in favour of, I just go on with the amendment, I think. And Lulu, do you want clarification again?
I just want to say, I think that, unfortunately, I think that what just happened is not okay. Because I think even if Colin made the wrong decision, it's his decision to make wrong.
I wasn't suggesting he had, but I just thought yeah, it wasn't that at all. And if he didn't, and I've got it wrong, I apologise. But then after what you'd said, Colin, in relation to this, perhaps I was wrong and perhaps suggested it go out. I was trying to be helpful. I'm not trying to direct you. Whatever you want to do, you can do. And if you think I was, you can take it up with me afterwards, yeah?
Yeah, it would have been a lot easier if maybe we could have said, I don't take it in its face value, the way it is. But if it's amended and looked at, then that's fine. But as it stands, I don't agree with it.
Okay, yeah, so, okay, well, do we want to, shall we just go with the original voting then, as there seems to be some confusion? It won't make any difference to the result, I don't think, but I'm not trying to make a difference to any result, yeah? Okay, so it didn't go to anybody who was against the amendment, sorry. Well, we got people who are against the amendment, we've taken those, yes? Yes, oh, sorry, I didn't realise we had, and abstentions, please. Anybody abstaining from it? Is that Diane? Yeah, 1, 2. Okay, we'll take Colin off the original, yeah? That's where the confusion is, sorry. I wasn't trying to direct, I was trying to be... Would be our final result then.
So that's 7 in favour, 6 against and 1 abstention.
Okay. We are very confused here. We'll just go with the original. It doesn't make any difference, I don't think, to the actual... 7, 6. We got 30. No, yeah. Okay. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to confuse you. I just was. Yeah. So you can always have a vote no confidence in the chair if you wish, but it is a confusing evening. Now, can I suggest that we do have how many? 7 in favour of the amendment, 6 against, and one abstention. Okay. That's it. So the amendment to the amendment is carried anyway. Yes. Yeah. Exhausted off that, we'll keep going now. We'll spell it out again when we get to the final vote. Sorry, those of you who are finding it quite difficult to continue, we might have to need another break soon. Can I just suggest now that we ask Councillor Bennett we can ask questions to Councillor Bennett. Have I got that right? Yeah. Okay. I've had a suggestion because we are getting confused, and I take advice from the committee section because they're the real bureaucrats here. Can I suggest that we now take the Lib Dems amendments as amendment plus the amended item? That'll make us all clear in our minds. So we're going ahead to do the Lib Dem amendments now. Julia, you might have to remind us because I think if we just vote at the items that say in the part 1 bit, it's small item I, A, B, C or D, people aren't too sure what that means. So we're going to vote in as proposed in the main thing, but you can tell us which bits of the agenda of the actual decisions. Otherwise, I'll be totally confused. I'm sure others will be. Is that fair?
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so in relation to voting on the Liberal Democrat amendments, we will vote on each of the bullet points in 1.3 individually as requested, and bullet points 1 and 2 will be voted on by councillors only. and bullet points 3 and 4 will be voted on by the whole committee.
So for the voting then, for those purposes, I first of all hand over to Councillor Shield, who will have to chair the bit when you're voting for the bullet points 1 and 2. I've got it correct, so it's good.
Thank you, Diane, and I am just going to tell you which page.
2 and 3, Chair.
So again, we're on item 7 and the recommendations on page 2 and 3. Can I see all those in favour of the first Lib Dem bullet point amendment?
3, Chair. In favour.
And can I see all against the first Lib Dem amendment bullet point? And can I see abstentions on the first point of the Lib Dem amendment? Thank you. Okay, I'm moving on to the second point of the proposed Lib Dem amendment. Please can I see all those in favour?
3, Chair.
Thank you. And please can I see all those against?
6. 6, Chair.
And the next bit, because now we're playing this, we don't move around our chairs, we just move around who's running this meeting. And then the third one, which is a proposal to include a revenue bed of £12,000 to assess our current housing stock's carbon footprint. So all people and all members of the committee can vote on that. Can I have those in favour of that amendment? Those against that? Okay, so that's 6, is it? 8, so those in favour were 5 and 8 against, yes? Okay. Oh, I didn't vote. I'm so confused, I didn't vote. Anyway, I'm an abstention, that's good enough for that. Sorry. Right, okay. And then the final one was the, point 4 was the proposal to include a revenue bid of, well, we know how much it is, to actually go for the community inclusion officer from October 22, as amended. So those in favour of the amended version, which is basically the version that Councillor Robertson put round. Nine verse, and against the amended amendment. Okay, okay, fine. That's it, isn't it? And any abstentions, so I should have asked that. And there's some abstentions, yeah, okay. 4 abstentions, yeah, okay. Okay, that's that done. So one of those items was carried. Lulu.
Can we have a break, please? Just a quick one.
I don't know if it'll take, we've dealt with, yes, we could, do people think it's a good time to have a break? Because I think people do need, or do we want to continue just to finish Councillor, stuff around Councillor Bennett's?
I'd appreciate a break as well, thanks.
Oh, well, there's more than 1 or 2 people. I know it's a long meeting, we have to accept, we have to have several breaks. I don't think it will take away our concentration on what we're voting on. In fact, it may be a chance to clear our heads. So, this is a 5-minute one this time. So we've had a request, and I don't often turn them down because I have to recognise people's needs. Thank you very much. Okay, and I was going to tell that when he's lying. Everyone, I think we're all back in the room, so we're going to go ahead now to look at Councillor Bennett's proposals. She's introduced them, and then we want any questions to her, I think, and statements and any amendments. I'm advised there is an amendment, is there? Yes, so you want to add that in, yes? So first of all, any questions to Councillor Bennett? Yeah, please.
Thank you, Chair. I want to talk about the compact homes proposal and pods and all the other bits and pieces, because it feels very much like deja vu to me, having served for about 18 months on the Housing Committee of the Combined Authority. Myself and Councillor Bridget Smith from SASCAMS were regularly fighting the fight for national space standards. Luckily, in Cambridge and SASCAMS, our local plans actually specify that we meet the national space standards. And I didn't realise I would have to come to Cambridge City Council to justify the national space standards, but that's what we seem to have to do today. I was on the planning committee when we approved the pods, unfortunate term perhaps, on Newmarket Road, and they were approved under policy 47. Okay, for specialist housing. Suitable for occupiers, but there had to be provision of support and care. So if you look at policy 47, it's things like care homes, okay? That policy is for. And that's why we were able to approve it, because of the national space standards, okay? They also didn't meet some of the accessibility requirements as well. But justified on the basis of them being provided with a warden on site, okay, for homeless people. And those were actually some of the conditions for the pods. Otherwise, we wouldn't have actually provided them and approved them at planning committee. There was also the condition that they would only be temporary for a maximum of 3 years. And one of the justifications for their size was these were transition homes, if you like, as part of the Housing First programme, which I very much support, to help rough sleepers and homeless people make the transition to having their own home. But the size was small, so that they didn't, for instance, have friends around, for instance. So it was important that we had those sort of pods to address the transition, but we didn't actually have the ability for people to see it as a long-term home, if you like. But policy 50 of the local plan, which is actually about homes for people rather than specialist housing, does specify that we meet the national space standards, okay? And for one person in a one-bedroom flat, for instance, the national space standard is 39 metres squared. Pods are 25 metres squared, so only 64% space standards. We are talking about very specialist and small accommodation, certainly not suitable for somebody making their way in the world, as it were, and not suitable for people as seeing it as a long-term housing provision. And in fact, one of the arguments we used at the Combined Authority Housing Committee was even Homes England wouldn't fund any housing at 85% or less of national space standards. We can't be suddenly saying our HRA is funding substandard housing, and that's what's being proposed in this potentially. And I'm not even going to cover office conversions, where obviously it's not just about space in those cases, but they're not suitable in many cases in terms of sustainability, local services that are suitable for people who are trying to perhaps get their first home. So we certainly won't be supporting this proposal from the Green Party, and I would ask them to think about potentially moving an amendment to the local plan if you think there is something that we're missing. But certainly the local plan would mean we wouldn't give approval for these proposals that are in front of us today from the Green Party. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that clarification about site space and things. Councillor Robertson, did you have something? Did you want to say anything vis-a-vis this?
Could I possibly answer?
Our brains as clear as they can be at this time of night. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, and I'm sorry for interrupting, but I am a bearer of a very small brain as a cancer survivor, and if you want me to actually remember all the points to answer them, I do need to start now. So the first issue I'm going to raise is that actually the Newmarket Road pods aren't wardened. It was not possible to recruit a warden, and so just curiosity, as I'm a Newmarket Road resident, I am told that efforts to recruit a warden have now ceased. You know, do you feel you've broken planning permission? Second issue is that one of the reasons we wanted to put a proposal on conversion of commercial space is precisely because there's so many problems with these elsewhere. I mean, I've done quite a detailed brief. I obviously haven't got time to cover all of it in this. But we hope that this would be an opportunity. We can't stop those developments from happening. Cambridge has been insulated from largely because until sort of a pandemic, there was an undersupply of commercial space. The market has eased significantly, and we're not at the point where there is oversupply of office and commercial space yet. But we're already beginning to see planning permission applications for such conversions. And, you know, our planning spoke, Sam Davis, gave me an example of one just this week. The sort of property I mentioned in the brief, although it is a commercial property, already has a draft and outline planning permission for 10 flats attached. These are coming, and if they're coming, it would be good to take the opportunity to sort of say what good's like and find a way to do it. I'll also mention that in my home ward of Abbey, quite a lot of the office accommodation is actually former residential offices. So if it's been a sort of residence before, is it really that difficult to convert it back? So, you know, there are possibilities. I agree it's difficult, but I remember when Daniel, Lee and I went round the pod houses and we looked at them and we thought about all the, you know, different separate properties that we'd lived in as young people. And I thought about some of the sort of, casework we're doing where people have actually become ill through their living accommodation or are sharing half a room. And I thought, actually, yes, it would be lovely if we all had sort of wonderful houses, but actually this is a lot better than what young people in Cambridge have. I appreciate, you know, you're a little bit older, but, you know, presumably you have younger friends who can tell you that. Then the other point I wanted to do is that young people at this stage are typically very, very mobile. So they're not going to be staying anywhere for very long. These are not meant to be forever homes. These are meant to be a foothold so that they can get back. on the ladder and move on. The other point I wanted to make is that we've also been having a discussion about the post-war prefabs. Now, these were supposed to be temporary. They were supposed to last for 10 years. That was up in, I think, 1960, 1961, 1962. That's quite a long time ago. So I wouldn't, I'm aware that sort of they're temporary, but I'd also say on the funding, the reason Homes England won't fund them is because they're temporary accommodation. The size is irrelevant. It's not a category they can fund. So I'm sorry that, you feel cross about this. I feel cross that, I can't think of anything better to propose to improve the housing situation of young people. This is the least worst thing we could find. And it burns me that that's the case. But I think we're in a position where we have to move forward to try and make things better, even if it's not as good as we'd like it to be. And that is why, I put that proposal forward. And as you'll see in the notes, I have confirmed that we continue to campaign against substandard commercial conversions. I'll also mention that we are talking about having a co-housing and co-living element that actually supplements the small size. Just to think about it, if you are in, say, an HMO, you're going to have much, much less space. And that's really the situation facing most of our young residents today. Madam Chair, thank you for letting me answer the questions one by one. And if we could continue on that basis, on that complex subject, I would be most grateful.
No problem. Is there any questions or statements vis-a-vis Alice? I saw your hand was up next, yeah. Councillor Gilderdown, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. As a young person myself, I found this proposal for self-contained compact homes quite sad to see and actually kind of insulting for young people who are stepping onto the housing ladder. We know that the housing crisis particularly impacts young people and those on lower incomes, but I don't think that this is a reason to build smaller, separate or less suitable housing for this group of renters. I know that the housing crisis is a huge challenge for a local authority to tackle, but I think that it is our responsibility as a council to find direct solutions to those issues. So, as Councillor Sargent has explained, micro homes are really only suitable as temporary accommodation, as they're often below the minimum space regulation for a residential unit. And what you've just been kind of exploring sounds kind of similar to what the student accommodation that I lived in a few years was like. And I would never wish that upon anyone, as it was isolating and unfriendly. The communal spaces aren't really communal because people are coming and going. It's very hard to have a private space. You have to sit on the floor to eat your meals. It doesn't work for people who are young professionals or wanting to have their own personal and private lives. The council is also committed to an incredibly ambitious council housing programme, which offers high quality, environmentally friendly, social and affordable housing. And I hope we all agree that this kind of housing should be available to all, and that's what we should be pushing for, both on a national level and here on a local level. So what I'd ask of you is don't we want to build our cities with all of our residents in mind? So why are we kind of suggesting that those who earn less or those who aren't on the property ladder only deserve some form of short-term, smaller housing? And what would this do to our community apart from fragment and isolate it and separate it from the really diverse and rich communities that we want to create and foster? So what then happens to key workers or care leavers who are living in self-contained accommodation but later on want to find somewhere to live with a partner? And how do these homes solve the crisis of housing that is endemic in our cities? This shift to smaller housing is evidently one which isn't really aiming to tackle the structural causes of housing inequality, but just feels a bit like a sticking plaster. And as a council, I hope we all agree that generation rent, shouldn't just lose out on safe, adequate and sustainable housing. you know, we should all really strive to offer better options in Cambridge and aim that in everything we do as a council to combat the inequalities which actually lead to many people losing out when it comes to homes in the first place. Thank you.
Alice? Yeah, thank you very much. Any comments, statements, amendments? Councillor Robertson.
Well, you'll be glad to hear I won't go through the items 1 and 2 again. I think you've heard our views on those. The third proposal, I have an amendment on, which is available to distribute. Again, I'll read it out for those who are home. The amended proposal is as follows. What we're putting forward is a proposal to request officers to include in the transformation programme some workshops of councillors and stakeholders, such as tenant and leaseholder representatives, to work on a short, focused overview of the Housing Revenue Account medium-term financial strategy and budget setting reports, and also the General Fund medium-term financial strategy and budget setting reports, which could summarise and communicate information more effectively, such as by use of key questions, graphical presentation, key performance indicators and benchmarking. The rest of our proposal is to accept the wording in the amendment put forward by the Green and Independent Bloc, largely anyway. So I think what we're saying here is that we want to see this as part of our transformation programme and not separate from that issue. And we want to involve far wider possibilities of the people in these workshops. I think what we're saying is the concept is laudable, but we need to widen it. Thank you. Sorry, I haven't talked on the fourth item, have I?
May I respond, Madam Chair?
Sorry, do you want me to finish on the fourth item? Shall I finish on the fourth item before we...
Yeah.
And the fourth proposal, we're already looking at capacity for complete analysis of the carbon footprint and emissions of all our stock, and the pilot projects we're running will assist with that. So that will provide a significant part of the analysis that's needed, and similar projects are happening within the General Fund with regard to commercial property. So we will be in a better position to report and lobby government on all that with the existing information we've got. We do not need this amendment. Thank you.
Okay, well, I don't think that's too confusing, because first of all, I'll ask Councillor Bennett whether you would accept the amendment to the amendment first.
I was going to say that we'd actually envisage this possibly coming under the transformation programme anyway. So this amendment's really sort of not very necessary, but I'm happy to accept it.
Thank you very much. And the second
I hope that
point.
helps simplify things.
Yeah, okay. And then the second one was basically saying, in effect, it's already happening. Is that what you're saying? We can report later. But if you want clarification, Councillor Robertson, if you want to answer him on that second point.
If will make a personal commitment to me that reporting will be included at the next at MTFS, then I'm happy to withdraw this amendment.
Well, there's no need to withdraw it. We're putting a proposal in ourselves. So we'd like to vote on our amendment. Oh, sorry, you're talking about the fourth one?
Yeah. She's kind of accepted the first. You accepted the first one. You talked about the extending the scope of the explanation project, for want of a better word, the explanation of the HRA project and other council finances. And this, you were speaking to, you also mentioned the fourth one, which was, that one was about retrofitting, yes? That one there, and yeah. Retrofit and 2030 carbon emissions targets, yeah?
Right, okay. I can't give a personal commitment because it's not in my power to do that. But I think the Labour group will do what it can to ensure that the information is provided.
Would the Council for Housing wish to make an observation on that?
Chair, I mean, if the amendment is, we're talking about the amendment's been accepted. Is that correct on the? Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Councillor Bennett has accepted the slightly widened version of what she said about making reports more clearer to everyone. So you've accepted that, yes. But we're looking at the fourth one, which is this here about requirement to provide a high-level estimated costing. That's the one I'm looking at, isn't it? Yeah. Retrofit and 2030 carbon emissions targets. Have I got that right? Yeah. We're all looking at the same piece of paper.
Madam Chair. And what I'm offering is to withdraw that amendment if I have a commitment from the Labour group that they will certainly introduce that at the next reporting round.
I'll certainly give a commitment that will be within our existing resources, analysing all the opportunities to look at our carbon emissions for our stock, as well as our programme going forward as well. I can certainly give you that commitment, yes.
Thank you. And I'd also like to comment that, I think we're all working to the same aim here. And that's why I'm keen to ensure that, the estimate does get corrected in the way set out in my amendment. Madam Chair, I believe that now means that we have my first two amendments to vote. I've accepted the Labour amendment to 3, and I've agreed to withdraw 4. Is that correct?
That's how I read it. Perhaps you'd like to come and sit here someday. Yes, please. Yeah, that's quite right. Yes, it is.
Thank you. I do enough chairing in my day job.
Good. Okay, then. So I think that Councillor Bennett has summed up what we're going to take a vote on, but I want to know if there's any more statements, questions. Yes, Councillor DL and then Councillor Lee.
Yep, thank you, Chair. I must admit I'm slightly troubled by the removal of the fourth item because this just reflects another occasion where the actual commitment on paper to put these numbers down hasn't been made. And we've been chasing for these numbers for years now. It's 2022, we need to be getting towards carbon zero by 2030, and we don't even know what our footprint is, and all we get is assurances that another project will deliver it. So I must admit, I'm frustrated by that, but I hope that through the good faith of my Green colleagues that will be addressed. I should also say I very much welcome, I think the amendment makes sense, to the amended amendment, but also I think it's a good, clear idea. I like the FAQ that's been provided in the paper. I also think there are some good examples, actually, so that in the leaders' briefing to businesses on the general fund, there's a very clear chart around where your council tax rate, business rates go, and you see the whole room realise what's happening. So hopefully, similarly within the HRA, we can find sort of similar, simple data to go on. On the compact homes, that's where I would tend to agree with comments raised by Councillor Sargent and Councillor Gilderdale. My real worry on this is I think this is potentially it risks being quite a negative place to raise this debate. These are, the minimum housing standards are not something that should be, well, I'd hope never given away. If we are looking down that road, I think it really needs to be debated within the local plan. And at those discussions, using it within our social housing seems like a potentially gives out a very, very negative message. And I've got real worries about that. I think the answer is going to be dependent on that local plan about actually trying to build as many homes as possible, which I know is can be a controversial point, but we are ultimately in a housing crisis. We need houses, and I think our young people want homes, not just beds. Which is where I think we may agree to disagree, but I think the debates within the planning, within the local plan will be interesting. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you want to respond to that at all? And then I'll give Councillor Lee the chance, yeah?
I expect that there are differences in the room. I think the difference is coming perhaps from the different young demographics we're having in contact with. I mean, to put this in context, I wasn't. This motion came actually from grassroots greens and from some of the people I've been working with, you know, for financial advice and assistance. And I wanted their voices to be heard. I think that unfortunately we've already lost the pass because so many young people are now living in far worse and smaller accommodation. I mean, most rental homes, there's now no communal space because landlords are squeezing an extra tenant in. You know, I've visited, you know, residents where there's, you know, a couple in each bedroom. You know, I've been trying to find something better for people, and I'm sorry if, you know, you think that's a negative step. I will take this back to my stakeholders, the people who gave me this proposal and have pushed it with me for 2 years. I thank you for your time considering it, and I hope that we've at least drawn some attention to the plight of young people in the city today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Bennett. Now, Councillor Lee.
I think there's a lot to commend the Generation Rent Compact Homes proposal. I think we absolutely need to think about how we best use space, how we can address the housing crisis young people face, and often those people aren't eligible for social housing. And I agree that we need to think outside of bricks and mortar. Repurposing commercial properties for accommodation seems to me both logical and prudent with the rise of hybrid working and the decline of the high street. As more and more people shop online, that would clearly have to be done properly rather than just letting anyone put people in an office space and calling it a home. Prefabricated stackable houses that meet living space standards ought to be considered as part of our provision, especially for 1 and 2 bedroom housing, as well as for many of the city's young professionals for whom the only option is a house in multiple occupation. Unfortunately, as Councillor Sargent pointed out, the solar house pods are not, they don't meet minimum living space standards. Perhaps there might be some kind of short-term compromise that would allow us to use it, but that is something to look into. All this said, I'm pretty uncomfortable with sending the message to young people who we've pretty much already failed in so many ways that we're giving up on them, that we will no longer try to ensure that they have an affordable place of their own of a normal size, but may instead have to live in shared accommodation with shared facilities. That's pretty much how I used to live as a student, and I wouldn't want to do that again, to be honest. Young people want a place of their own where they can start lives and families. That is to say, that's not very ideal if some essential areas like kitchens are communal. Housing is already many more times expensive than it was for their parents. This proposal seems to say that privacy is also unattainable. I would suggest that no one in this room would like to live in such an arrangement, and I don't think that is good enough for our young as well.
Thank you very much, Daniel. And Madam Chair?
I just want to check if there's any more questions or amendments. I just think that we're ready, really, aren't we, to go forward to the vote on your amendments. But what I want Julia to do, because I've already forgotten what she said a little while ago, is just to remind us who votes on what, although we're actually now only got two proposals up for voting on, haven't we? Yes? Well, no, we've agreed the amendments, so we technically have to put that to the substantive, don't we? Yes? But we've actually got, we've got 3 things to vote on, and one where, well, you've accepted the amendment, we still have to put it as a vote, and the last one that you've withdrawn, and you're resting on the goodwill and promises of people in this room to bring forward what's suggested in that proposal, yes? So we've got that there. So we've got 3 amendments, and if Julia can just remind us who can do what, because, let's say, my coordination's going. Thank you, Julia.
No problem. Just to confirm, Chair, in relation to the votes on these amendments, we will take votes for bullet point 1 and bullet point 3 as part of part 1, so they will be voted on by all of the members of the committee, and we won't need to move to vote on part 2, but bullet point 2, unless the item in part 1 is carried, because part 2 is the capital aspect of the compact homes that relates to the follow-on from the feasibility work for it. So if it's carried in part 1, we would then move to item 2, voted in part 2 by councillors only.
Yeah, certainly clearer when I asked you that question. Thank you. So I'm going to, someone else got a microphone on? Oh, well, doesn't matter. You can still hear me, yes? Can I now suggest that we go to, obviously, the point 1, which is a part 1 agenda item thing. So I will ask, everyone can vote on this. So can I ask that we, those in favour of the first bullet point about generation rent compact home survey, those in favour?
That's 2, Chair.
That's 2 in favour, and those against?
10, Chair.
So 10 against, and any abstentions? And there are 2 abstentions, is that 2 abstentions, yes? Okay, so the final result is lost, and it was 2 votes in favour, 10 for and 2 abstentions, yes? I'm repeating it because you asked me to. Okay. Yeah, 2 in favour, 10 against, and 2 abstentions. Thank you. And the next item means we don't take the next item, does it? So the next item is the let's make everything easier to understand. She said rifling through many pages of papers. So, is this one as amended by Councillor Robertson and accepted by Councillor Bennett? So just to formally, those in favour of this amendment about making things easier to understand in many ways, those in favour? See, we seem to have 13 in favour. Anybody against? And anybody abstaining? 1 abstention, okay. Thank you. We now come, the time, what you've all been waiting for is to get your original set of papers, and we have to remind what's been amended and what hasn't, and perhaps I may need to be prompted on this. So we're going to go to the part 1 items, yes, of, we've got some amendments in there, or some additions, haven't we, in effect? Yeah, so we've got part 1 items, which is their review, and the changes there are, well, my brain has gone. The changes are the amendment proposed by Councillor Robertson, definitely, wasn't it, Councillor Robertson, about accessibility. Yeah, I've got to find my other bit of paper now, sorry, I've put the other ones away. And what else do we have, if someone can remind me? We didn't have any other... yeah, Julia, just remind us what we're doing. Sorry, but I am getting a bit confused here.
No problem at all, Chair. So in relation to the part 1 items, we are voting on them as they are in the substantive budget, taking into consideration the 2 amendments that have been carried, one in relation to the proposal for the additional scoping work for the Independent Living and Communities Service, and one for the amendment to incorporate a review of the HRA finances as part of the transformation programme.
So those are part 1 items, yes?
I am part 1 items.
Well, that's easy enough then, isn't it? So aren't you as clear as, well, I'm clear after Julia's done it. I still feel a little bit muddy around the edges, but I think I know where we're coming from. So as set out on the original set of papers, which you got before Christmas, we're going to take the part 1 items there, which go from A through to where we go, right over here, isn't it, yeah? L, A through to L, plus the 2 additional items that we've carried, yes? So there we go. So I'm going to put those as a block, because that's how we do it at this point. So those in favour of all those items at part 1. Can I have those in favour? Everyone on the committee can vote on these. So there's 12 in favour, and anybody against? Okay. And anybody abstaining? And 2 abstentions, yes? Thank you very much. The figures clear now? Do you want me to repeat them? I probably can't remember that far back. Go on. Yeah. 12 in favour and 2 against. No, 12 in favour and 2 abstentions, but nobody was against. That's okay. Fair enough. That's lovely. And now I can have sorry, Colin? Oh, I was just going to say, I seem to have forgotten something before I had it, but it came to me just as Colin was saying it. Hello, Mike. I hope you're still awake up there. Are you, as Executive Councillor, going to accept the vote, the things that we've just carried in part 1?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I've been listening with interest. I accept the amended recommendations.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed. And now I'm going to, with some sense of relief, hand over to Councillor Shield to take the rest of the meeting. Councillor Shield.
Thank you very much, Diana, and well done. If we could now turn to the M to Z recommendations in item 7, in other words, the ones that are on page 8 and 9 and 10. And if I could see all of those in favour. Oh, so should I just say, is it okay if we take these as a block? Yeah. Okay, thank you. May I see all those in favour?
7, Chair. Did you say 7 in favour, Chair? 7?
7 in favour, and may I see those against?
There's none, Chair.
And may I see any abstentions?
That's 2, Chair.
2 abstentions. And does the Executive Councillor approve the recommendation?
Yes, Chair, I approve the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Well done, everybody. We now turn to agenda item 9, update on the new build council housing delivery. Please could the head of the Housing Development Agency introduce this item? I'd like to hand over to Claire Flowers.
Thank you, Chair. This is a standard item for this committee. So an update on all our housing development programme, update on the projects that we've got and have been approved through this committee in terms of where we've got to, an update on where we are in terms of construction, which Julia has outlined as part of the budget setting report, and so in terms of some of the challenges with labour and materials that has affected some progress, but we are still on site and doing what we can to mitigate that with our partners. Significantly for you to see tonight is the work that we've been doing on our Sustainable Housing Design Guide. So you'll recall we did some work looking at the sustainability standards, etc., and presented those to you back in January 2021. But we have now put all of that together along with work incorporating the national design standards. So this is going to be a really useful thing for us in developing our new council homes, and a guide for all our teams involved with that. And my colleague Ben Binns, who has led that work, is also here if there are any specific questions on that. The report also includes update on our accessible housing standards, and also gives you kind of some of the key risks. We've already talked here at committee about funding. the other risks I've already mentioned, the labour market, and also the introduction of the first homes policy that we expect coming forward is a risk to us in terms of our affordable housing delivery. So some of those are the key points on this paper. I'm happy to answer any questions any committee members may have.
Please, may I have any questions or statements for Claire? Councillor Sargent.
Chair, hello Claire. I must admit that the bad side of being on the Combined Authority Housing Committee was fighting the fight for space standards, which I've already mentioned, and the absolute pleasure was when Claire or Fiona were talking about the report from Cambridge City Council on council housing, where even the Tories were purring, I think. So, you know, still a great job, and thanks very much for all we're doing on council houses. It's fantastic. Thank you, Chair.
Andy Powell-Hardy, thank you.
Claire, I've got a question for you. I've been approached actually by somebody. Why are we building black houses? Just wondering how many people are frustrated by the design of the new homes. When black surfaces absorb and radiate heat massively, extortionate urban heating, how was this planning passed? The dark surface on a house, houses are about 20% more heat absorbent than lighter shades. I've been asked this and I'm like, I can't answer.
Thanks, Mandy. I'm not aware of any of our new schemes that are black, so it would be useful to know where these are. I know there is a bit of black at the 8 Street, but it's mainly a brick there, so I'm not aware. The majority of our schemes are brick. We've done a lot of work to make sure there's no combustible materials, and obviously considering all of the sustainable housing items as included in the report are really important to us, and also things that are assessed through the council's planning process. So I'm sorry, I think I need a bit more information on the specific location. I don't know if you want to contact me with that.
The person apparently said it's a CB4 or CB3 area. I do believe they're on about the passive housing that's being built, because it's like a grey slate.
I don't believe that's our sites, because we're not on site yet with our scheme. So I don't know unless anybody else in the room or online knows, but I know that's not any of our schemes.
Would you, Mandy, and you, Claire, perhaps take it offline, and for the time being we continue with other questions? Is that acceptable? In that case, could I ask Councillor Bennett to ask a question? Thank you.
Oh, I was just going to say, I saw the post on next door and I know who posted, so I'll ask them and convey that back to you.
Thank you, Councillor Bennett. Are there any other questions? Councillor Robertson.
So, Jerry Bird, who's not over here tonight, would be wanting us to question the delivery of accessible housing, which is covered in 10.1, 2 and 3. Are we satisfied that this will be possible to include in all the programme, the 1,000 as well as the 500? Is it something that is possible? It's clearly, if we can produce housing that can be adapted, and some housing which is already adapted, that would be great. But is it really possible?
Thank you, Councillor Robertson. There's a requirement under the Cambridge local plan to deliver all homes at M42, which means they can be easily made accessible. So all of our homes will meet that. In terms of the provision of 5% actually adapted homes, so they're actually larger homes, tend to be 10 square metres larger with larger turning circles and wider doorways and things put in at the beginning. I recall when we set out the original objectives of the programme that we would look to achieve 5%. I know that we also have done and are doing work looking at actually what the type of homes that are provided for accessible homes, because it's often not just the 1 and 2 bedroom flats, it's quite often a larger property that's needed, and we've got a couple of those hopefully coming through with planning applications due at Tedder Way and Kendall Way, because there are some families that are in need of a larger accessible property, and they just don't exist in the city, or if they do, they're used by somebody else that needs them. So I think it's as well making sure that we deliver it, but it's getting the provision right. And so we work closely with colleagues in occupational health and housing management to make sure that we're looking at getting that right.
Thank you, Claire. And now please can I check that all committee members have asked all the questions that they want to ask of Claire? Just one last check. In that case, thank you very much, Claire, and we will now go to the vote, and the recommendations are on page 54 of the second circulation. Just check. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Unanimous? Okay, great. Thank you. And does the Executive Councillor for Housing approve the recommendation?
Thank you, Chair. I approve the recommendations.
Thank you. We now turn to agenda item 10. Cambridge City Caravan Site Licensing Policy. Please could the Environmental Health Manager introduce this item? Yvonne O'Donnell, thank you for being with us this evening. Yvonne.
Thank you, Chair. This is a policy for the Cambridge City Council's licensing and fee policy. It's a new policy that we're bringing to committee, and this policy relates to permanent fixed caravan sites, which is the main person's main residence of place of residence. This includes mobile homes, park homes, and permanent traveller sites. In the city, we have 2 such sites. That's Kerry's Yard on Fen Road and Riverside, both of which are on Fen Road. And these are permanent sites that have been in the city for many a year. This policy does not relate to touring sites, holiday parks, or any other temporary sites. There are 4 main elements to this policy that we're trying to bring together. The issue of site licence of caravan sites with planning permission has been around since the 1960s with the Planning Caravan Sites and Control of Development Act. And this allows attachments of conditions to ensure that the health and safety of standards are adhered to within the site and within each of the caravans that are located on the site. Also, as part of that site, the site owner and manager have to formulate site rules that are then attached to the licence. Licences are issued and the conditions and the site rules have been published on our website over the last few years. In 2014, the legislation allowed for local authorities to start charging fees for functions in relation to the licensing sites. And then in 2020, regulations came in to require site owners and managers to carry out a fit and proper person assessment, or for the local authority to carry out a fit and proper person assessment. And this assessment is actually highlighted in section 4, page 7 of the actual policy that's attached to the Appendix D. So this policy really is a consolidated policy to bring all these elements of caravan site enforcement under one umbrella, and this is why this is coming to committee tonight. Therefore, the Executive Councillor is recommended to approve the adoption of the proposed Cambridge City Caravan Site Licence and fees as attached to Appendix A of this report.
Thank you, Yvonne. And can I now ask if there are any questions for Yvonne? I have one question, Diana Minns.
It's just not a question. I want to thank you for the clarity of the report and the fact we are pulling this all together, and how I've worked with some people in the past when I worked a few years ago now in the Women's Resource Centre. I must say, some of those living in the caravans, it needs more regulation and more pulling together and making sure there are, as is suggested here, really fit and proper people to run them. So I welcome seeing this report. I don't have a vote on it, but I think it's really good that it's all set down in one piece with a clearly agreed policies. Thank you.
Please can I check that all councillors have asked all the questions they would like to of Yvonne? Okay? And then in that case, please can we now go to the vote? The recommendations are on page 24 of the second circulation agenda. All those in favour, please raise your hand. So 8 in favour. All those against, please raise your hand. And all those abstaining, please raise hand. Thanks. So 1 abstention, 8 in favour. Thank you. We now turn to, and thank you very much. So, and does the Executive Councillor approve the recommendation?
The Executive Councillor does. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We now turn to agenda item 11, approval of streets to home service budget. Please could the Housing Services Manager introduce this item? And also, just before we get going, I understand that we are going to combine, if you are all right with this, James McWilliams, we're going to combine your presentation of item 11 and item 12 and have one big debate of both together, but we will keep the voting separate, obviously. Is that acceptable, James?
Thank you very much. Yes.
Acceptable with everybody else? Yeah. Okay, great. Please go ahead, James. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Chair, and good evening, everybody. Looking first then at the committee report for the Streets to Home service, you can probably see why we want to take these two together, because one is very intimately connected then with the other, as you have already seen. The Streets to Home service report details that this is something that we've worked on in partnership with the County Council, and the funding that is proposed for each authority is set out in paragraph 3.6. The reason why we wanted to bring in this service and why we're recommending it is the advantages are set out in 3.4. But I'll just run over very briefly what those are. It's so that we can coordinate our activity in relation to the services we provide to rough sleepers. I think a little bit better and a little bit more efficiently than we have been able to do when we have invited applications from disparate association organisations looking to provide more individual services, and we wanted to try to bring those together better for the reasons that the report mentions in the various bullet points, avoiding duplication being one very clear one, I think. But I think that this is something that is not just a benefit for we as an authority when we're looking to design services for rough sleepers. I think it's something that the providers of services, the people that have formally applied for grants under this budget in the past, have been looking for, in the sense that it provides them, and that's outlined on the fourth bullet point, giving providers a greater surety of financial support, and that allows them greater certainty when they're investing in staff and facilities. And we think that the Streets to Home service will make a significant contribution to getting better services from the same amount of money. So those are the key motivators for us suggesting the Streets to Home service. And in correspondence with your decision that we can take this and the grants to agencies report together. If it's all right with everybody, I'll move on to that item 12, please. So item 12 is a little complex in that this year it's not just about the grants, but it's about how we propose that we fund these grants from next year onwards. And I'll say a little bit more about that in a few seconds, if I may. But we have, as we usually do, we open the grant bid round, usually finishing in October. As usual, we have many more applications than we have funds. So we had getting on for £1 million, I think £916,000 worth of bids. And as is always the case, that means for some difficult decisions. And you'll have seen that the decisions that are recommended set out in the appendix to the report. I'd welcome any questions, obviously, around that. The part about securing funding for long-term commitments, so using in future, using this, which is a core budget, to fund our long-term commitments, we think is the proper way forward. We're suggesting from 2022-23 onwards. Those long-term commitments are these: the previously mentioned Streets to Home service is. You'll have seen from that is an initial 3-year term, which could be extended by 2 sets of 2 years, so 3 years, for up to 5 years, and then up to 7 years, should we wish to. So that's a long-term commitment, and we think that it's better to fund that long-term commitment from a core budget. That's one of the things that is recommended here, and in addition to that, some with long memories who were here will recall that because of the Homelessness Reduction Act 2017, which was introduced in 2018, we needed to employ a number of new staff that would take on the additional responsibilities that that Act imposed on us as an authority. Those additional staff have been funded from our annual homelessness prevention grant, or its previous iterations, which is an annual government grant. So the suggestion here, the recommendation is that we have a long-term commitment to staff. Overall, it's anomalous that we should be funding long-term commitments from short-term budgets and vice versa. So the suggestion is that we change that. We fund those items that I mentioned, the permanent staff plus the streets, the home service from this core budget, and we switch to funding the grants to agencies from the annual budget we receive from the government, also called the Homelessness Prevention Grant. One of the things the report attempts to address is any concerns that there might be a risk to continuing to be able to support grants to agencies as we've done before by switching from a core budget to an annual budget. We've received that grant, the homelessness prevention grant from central government, in as a homelessness prevention grant or one of its previous incarnations for many years now. There is very little prospect of that grant being removed. So it's overall we feel that there's very little risk to that programme. The report I think properly describes that as being vanishingly small a prospect. So I think that probably is enough said by myself on that point at this time, and I'm very happy to take questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the report, both reports, and for all your work on this. And please can I ask if any member would like to comment or to ask James any questions on either the Streets to Home Service item 11 or the homelessness prevention item 12. Please go ahead. Diana Minns.
I don't have a vote, but I have the chance to ask you a question. Yes, in relation to the Streets to Home Service, you're delegating the final agreement of the contract, obviously, to the head of housing because it's not quite ready. Is the ink not quite dried, or the dots and T's aren't quite crossed and the I's aren't quite dotted? When do you anticipate having that? Because knowing what the future shape of the service is going to be will have an impact on lots of other work that's being done in the city, and I think it's important. When will that be made? Know what the adventure is and when it will be public, because that would help lots of people, me particularly something I'm involved in, yeah?
Thank you. The expectation is that we will have those I's dotted and T's crossed by the end of this month.
Thank you, yes. Thank you very much. And how do we know what the shape of the whole thing will be? How public will that be made?
The service was subject to an open tender exercise. So the shape of the service has been in the public domain since the tender exercise opened, the overall shape. But the service has been co-designed between ourselves at the City Council and the County Council, but with a significant input from our local providers of services, the single homeless and rough sleepers, through a whole series of consultation exercises that we carried out, and not leastly by consultation with folk who have either been recipients of services to these kinds of services in the past, or who are current service users. And in fact, the exercise in selecting the proposed contractor for this service actually intimately involved, as part of the selection process, people who are current service users or past service users. So the design of the service generally is quite well known within the community of people working in this field in general, but we will take some time after the service has been properly agreed to explain that, probably in a press release, and also we could, if it was considered to be appropriate, maybe set up a Q&A session for interested people as well. The service will come out of the blocks working, functioning pretty well, but I should just add that we see this first year in particular as being a year during which we fully fashion the service in the light of its actual application to real circumstances. So we don't see it as an immediately, the design as it appears now is open to modification, but not in its basics, if you see what I mean.
Thank you.
Thank you, James. And I now have a question from Councillor Naomi Bennett.
James, it's not really a question, more a comment. I just wanted to say that I think this is an excellent programme and that you've covered a lot of bases within the budgets. Just one minor issue that I have, which is that because there are a number of people with very complex needs who are still on the streets, residents' perception is that the council isn't doing anything. And is there anything more we can get this across? Because it's not just an issue that residents don't think the council's doing enough, but it means that they're not informed about services that they could, refer homeless people they see. They're not aware of schemes like street aid, which are a better way to support people on the street. And they're not really aware of what they can, good ways to support homeless people they come into contact with, rather than ways which are unhelpful or possibly even dangerous. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bennett. I think you touched upon something which is very important, and I think that a number of us have become increasingly concerned with, particularly since over the last 2-3 years, and particularly since COVID, the amount of money that we are spending in this area and the number of additional services. We're discussing tonight a very significant but relatively small chunk of the total that the council spends in this area. So we're very concerned to make sure that we do get the message out better, and we've been trying to do this more and more as time has gone by. So if you look at the number of press releases concerning this area of our work that we put out over the last year to 2 years, there's been a significant increase there, and we intend to do more about this. Assuming that we have our recommendations accepted this evening, we intend to launch some further publicity based on the introduction of the new service when that happens, and also, of course, make something of the grants to agencies. But you'll see within the grants to housing agencies that we've actually upped the amount by 50% that we are paying to the Cambridgeshire Community Foundation, and that's specifically so that the street aid programme can be better communicated to people. We have some plans there, which I won't go into, but we intend to expand that area of things. We have some new digital display screens that are going to be erected within Mandela House facing outwards, and this gives us a significant opportunity to be able to deliver a range of messages to people in a very accessible style as people walk down St Andrews Street, which they won't necessarily pick up by other means. It's a very sort of rapid way of being able to get the message out that you don't have to pay for a hostel place, or that there is there is winter provision for rough sleepers available tonight. And I think that those kinds of flash messages are very much the kind of thing that we want to be doing more of. So thank you.
Thank you, James. And I now have Councillor Dial and then Councillor Robertson. Councillor Dial.
I will be very quick. I was just going to note, I've discussed this with other people who know a lot more about this topic than myself. And I think effectively, if this delivers as is presented, yeah, we could be very much looking at a best-in-class sort of service. I think it's really ambitious. I'm very, very pleased to support. The key, of course, is making sure it does work, but I suspect we'll be working with some trusted partners along the way. So I look forward to seeing outcomes later on in the year.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Dial, and Councillor Robertson for James McWilliams.
Thank you. I think we must acknowledge that our officers in all departments are excellent, but in housing and homelessness, they do a very fantastic job. And I believe are leading lights in the councils around the country in showing what can be done. I just wanted to ask about 3.9, the business of the way the money you get from the homelessness prevention grant is to be used. I wasn't sure whether you were answering that earlier when you said, well, when will we know what level of grant that will be available? I'm surprised that we wouldn't know by now, but maybe that's just the way the government works. So, but obviously, we would hope that the council would be able to fund the level of support even without that grant, but it is a slight risk we're taking here. So perhaps you could tell us when we will definitely know. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Robinson. The amount of grant for 22-23 is now known, and it's actually and I hope you have the updated version of 3.9, because the final sentence in that says that for 22-23 we have 676,841, which is slightly surprisingly £1 less than it was last year. I don't know quite how the formula has produced something so exact as to deliver us £1 less. But the bonuses in 3.9, and please forgive me if you don't have in front of you the updated copy. We have a supplement to that of 141,918, which is a grant specifically made for us to by central government to support people who are in privately rented accommodation who during the worst of the pandemic and presently may have fallen into rent arrears within the private rented sector.
Thank you, James. Have I got any more questions for James? Okay, no, in that case, what I'd like to propose is that we first do the recommendations on page 196 for item 11. Please, can I see all those in favour of the recommendations? Unanimous in favour of the recommendations, both recommendations on page 196 for item 11. And now if we could turn to the recommendation, and does the Executive Councillor for Housing approve the recommendations?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I approve the recommendations.
Thank you, Councillor Todd Jones. And now if we could turn to the voting for agenda item 12. It's a little bit more tricky for this. We're going to do 4 votes in all because we're going to divide the middle vote into 2. Excuse me for a moment. Sorry for the delay. So I think we can start by voting for recommendation 2.1. That's a straightforward one on page 212. May I see all those in favour?
Unanimous, Chair.
Thank you, that's unanimous. And now 2.2, recommendation 2.2, if I could, keeping in mind that 2 of our councillors have declared interest, namely Councillor Alice Gilderdale and Councillor Robertson, but on different grants. So I'd like to start by calling for a vote on all the grants except for 3 and 4, which are the Cyrenians grants, is that right?
13, 14 and 15.
But we will do that separately. We will exclude those separately.
You can exclude them all at the same time.
Oh, great, fantastic. Okay, so in order to allow Councillor Gilderdale and Councillor Robertson to vote, I'd like to ask for 2.2, but not including the grants, 3 and 4 for the Cyrenians, or It Takes a City, which is 13, 14 and 15. So excluding those 5 grants. Okay. Councillor Robertson.
I don't have a pecuniary interest in relation to those grants. I thought I could still vote.
Oh.
I have a...
You're a trustee.
I'm a trustee of it, but it's not a pecuniary interest.
My advice is...
To be on the safe side. To be on the safe side. Is everybody happy? So we're going to go ahead first of all with a 2.2 vote, but not including, this does not apply to the grants 3, 4 and 14, 15, 13, 14, 15. May I see all those in favour? Unanimous? Please may we vote on grants 3 and 4, the Cyrenians, and 13, 14, 15, It Takes us... Okay, we'll do the positive vote separately. No, I understand. Yeah, thank you. Where would I be without you? So please, can we start by voting for the Cyrenians grants 3 and 4? All those in favour? Unanimous?
No, less one.
Oh, less, yeah. Oh, yeah, okay. Not, yeah, unanimous, apart from Councillor Roberts. And now, please, could I ask for the vote on the It Takes a City 13, 14, 15, those 3 grants. Please, may I see all those in favour? So that is unanimous apart from those who are not eligible to vote on it. That's great. So that handles 2.2. And then last but not least, recommendation 2.3. Can we go for a vote on that? So still on page 212. Please may I see all of those in favour of recommendation 2.3? Unanimous. Okay. And does the Executive Councillor approve the recommendations?
The Executive Council approved the recommendations. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Todd Jones. And that now concludes the Housing Scrutiny Committee. Please can I ask that everyone takes their own rubbish home, and if anyone has any used glasses, please could they return them to the red trays outside Committee Room 1. And if they're used glasses, you can leave them the right way up. It's only fresh glasses that go downwards. I think that's right, isn't it? Yes, please go ahead and cut the feed, Gary, and thank you all for, well done, everybody. And thank